Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the, I believe it's the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be working on some Arrowbound, which is a game that I haven't really had up on stream for quite a while. Arrowbound is my Android game. It is a mobile little platformer with slingshot physics that has been taken down off of the Android Play Store, the Google Play Store, because I am using an outdated API, which includes the ad package that I'm trying to remove. So today we're going to see if we can get that yanked out of there and get this thing back up on the store. Okay. Alrighty. So, first thing I'm going to do is say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Welcome, welcome. Huge thank you to Cheese on Cheese for the pledge. $10 on Patreon. Thank you so much. Cheese on Cheese. I want to say a big thank you to Ralkavite for the most recent follow and Ferratu for the most recent subscription on Twitch. I have had a day off yesterday. I was really just didn't have the energy to stream yesterday. I don't know why. Just didn't have any. So I took that as a sign that I might be getting a little bit of burnout after the last stream as well. So I played an entire day of Kingdom New Lands. I just played Kingdom all day, which I don't know if it was like the best way to to do that, but I enjoyed it. I had good fun. Yo, Twisted Family says, my wife's getting into Aseprite and she demands a drawing pad. Which one do you use? I use the Wacom Intuos Small. So I use this one. It's pretty good. I recommend it. Smaller is better, especially if you use like a laptop. You can have it kind of in your lap while you're working. And this is a decent quality one too. Wacom make some of the best pads you can get out there. So small from the best brand. Can't go wrong. It's not that expensive either. It's like 100 USD. I think I got it on sale for like 100 AUD, which is pretty cheap. Okay, so, I should change the name of the stream. One sec, pals. Stream information. Change the name to working on Arrowbound. Okay, and then I think it's this. We're going to change this to Arrowbound. Okay, cool. I think we're ready to go. So, shall we fire it up? Let's do it. So I just got the Git repo from my desktop, which is currently out of action. We're sitting here working on my laptop at the moment, but the laptop's pretty good. It's got the grunt to do what I need it to do. And this project's not too crazy anyway. So for those of you who don't know, Arrowbound is my mobile game. I'm in the level editor at the moment. I was working on last time we were here, I was working on some like visual effects. So those dots that trail behind you, those were added last stream. Here is that's my like in-game level editor. But if I just go like title, it's quite loud. All right. So this is the game. If we go back to the first level, this is what it looks like when you play. And we added some, like a hue shift as well to the background. We also added this smoke when you land, which is looking pretty good. So when you land from like a big height, you get like a different effect when you hit the ground. I think the screen shakes as well. Yeah. Hey, Blueberry, welcome, welcome. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. I do want it back on the store because I just think without it, it's kind of hard to do like pitching for my game for Insignia. Like it's easier if I can say, hey, I worked on this game, you know, you can play it right now and get a sense of what I'm like as a developer. That's better than saying, I was working on a game and it's not available on the store. I promise it was released at one point. Okay. So this is the game. Let's see what we need to do to fix this thing. So right now, what have I been working on? I've been working on getting an additional item into the game. So this guy, he can help you on your way. And I've added an item called a helping hand. This item basically is a free jump. So at the moment it costs 6 trinkets, which might be quite a lot actually. Well, right now, one of the things that's kind of really important to sort of discuss is the game's balance. I would need to update the Twitter logo. So the game at the moment is built on the idea that it's an ad-driven game. And I kind of want to take the ads out. So, or, well, I do want to take them out. I don't want them in the game anymore. So then, because of that, all of the sort of different, I guess, like identities in the game, all of the concepts and mechanics that have anything to do with the like revenue stream for the game, or like the what would you call it, like player model, that stuff, like retaining your attention or that kind of thing, is no longer really even relevant to the game. Like I don't really need those things in there if I'm not going to have ads, and I want the game to stand on its own. So that's kind of where I'm at the moment. It's like, how do I make this thing have its own identity without ads, and how do I pace the gameplay to to work the way it needs to. So I think what I'll do in the short term is make this helping hand free. That would be the fastest way to fix it. Let's call it like 0. Economic model. Yeah, as far as like the model, I don't know if I'll just make it paid. Just like a paid game, 50 cents or something like that up front. I don't know what the going rate is for an app like this. What would you pay? I feel like if I was to have it be paid, I would have made it slightly different as a game. I wouldn't have made it like the way that I've made it. But like maybe I would have put more of a story behind it, or a daily mode. I definitely would have considered adding a daily mode, which it's not off the table. It's just I would need to be able to do it in 2 days, basically, to justify putting it in the game. Maybe I could do it in 2 days. So, I mean, it works, but it doesn't do anything yet. So the currency is an in-game collectible, which is good. Cosmetics, there are cosmetics, but you can buy them with in-game currency. Originally, I was going to put a price on there to remove the ads, but I don't think I want ads at all in the game. I think I'm just tired of it. Maybe I'll make it free for the first 5 levels and then you pay for the rest. Or something like that. Or like I have a special mode that's paid. Hey Giga. Maybe I make a daily mode that's paid or something. What's the downside of the ads? The ad package that I'm using to run the game no longer works. So I need to sign up with a new account, like a completely different company that runs the ad mediation for Unity. Well, Unity acquired a company for ad mediation called IronSource, and I just don't really want to. I don't want to set that up, basically. I'm just not interested in the work that it would take to do that. And I never liked the ads anyway. It was just kind of against my principles a little bit. I just don't know. Like, it's the part of the game that I liked the least, was putting ads in it. So I'm not going to go through that whole process again just to get the game on store. That's my takeaway. So, game engine, helping hand, power. Hello, Cider. How's it going? So, how does this work? Have I looked at other games? It's not something that I care that much about, to be honest. This game I made Arrowbound 3 years ago, and I'm not. I mean, yeah, maybe it should have like an Insignia ad in there or an IndieTales ad, like follow me, follow Adam. Maybe that's something that it should do. I'll just put that instead. I'll just put subscribe to Adam C. Eunice instead of all the ads. Just an ad for my content. It's not a bad idea, to be honest. Tell your friends. Promise you click a button to dismiss the ad, and the ad says, I promise to tell my friends about Adam C. Eunice. You have to be a subscriber. Okay. Make them sign a contract. So what this power is, it actually exists in the game. It's literally, let me go to, in fact, I have a clip. Arrowbound. I don't think I have it on this computer. It's on my other computer. But I have a clip where the game literally played itself to completion. Let me see if I can grab it for you. It might be in the Twitch clips. Somebody somewhere clip this. Somebody somewhere. Hush you. You guys, these clips are atrocious. Where is this clip? Really? It's not, you're turning violet, Violet. Perpetual motion machine. Oh, these are great. I don't think it's here. Wow. Some of these clips, man. Some of these clips, I remember them very, very well. I'm not going to click on them. All right. Well, what can I say? I don't know where the clip is. I don't even know the name of the clip. But I thought it would have been near the top. It was a really good one. Basically, we were making Arrowbound, and I set up this tutorial thing that helps you like do one jump in the game, and then it finished the level on its own. It just jumped all the way up to the top. I'll have to find it one day. Oh well. Am I working on 2 games at once? Today I'm working on 2 days at once, but not typically. The game that I'm working on today is just an update because it got taken down from the store for being like out of date. Like I hadn't updated it in a while. So this game is technically finished, but I'm just coming back to it just to fix something. I don't typically work on this game while I'm working on Insignia. So it is in the tutorial though. This power. So tutorial level, if I load this up. Okay. It's this question mark is the power. This thing. That is the automated system. Did it have many downloads? It actually did. It had like maybe 20,000 installs, which is not bad. So right now, all this does is drag down and release, but it has the power to do whatever I want it to do, including find the nearest jumping point and jump to that. So let me see if I can find the code that runs this thing. Trajectory mapper. I don't think the tutorial button is using the trajectory mapper as such. Input tutorial. It actually, no, it did multiple swipes. It would pick the next spot, swipe to that, pick the next spot, swipe to that. If I had to create this game again, what would I change? I would literally, the way I developed it was great. I loved this game. Making it was a treat. I'm happy about the game. What I would have done, however, is more what I'm doing with Insignia now. I would have made like a test platform. I would have let people play test it earlier, and I would have built it to be more procedural and less level based. I would have made a daily mode, which lets you just compare, like try to do a special task, like a challenge in like, you get 1 day and you get 3 chances or something, and you get streak points for how many times you do it. I would have done it like that. That's what I would have done. And I would have made it simpler. I wouldn't have put so much time and effort into it. But I put about 6 months into it, and I should have put about 3. All right. Automation. What is this? The hell is an automation? It's a mono behavior. Makes the game play by itself. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is what I want. It needs a trajectory mapper. It needs the curve, hover, release. Okay. And how does it find the next curve? Does automation get used? Automation. Okay. This says test jump. I think test jump is just one specific up jump. Okay. Sure. So begin automated jump. So do search. Is search a state? Oh, okay, it's a state machine. I see. Hey. So then how does it determine what state it is in? My state. What state does it begin in? Okay, so it's just, I just called begin search. That's all it needs to do. Okay, cool. That's fun. I wonder if I can have a button attached to that. And I wonder if I don't even need to do anything else. Let's just go to like the levels scene. I might be able to get away with this. I built this quite well, I think. This is what good development does. It basically means that you don't have to put that much energy into things, because you already put the energy in. So we got trajectory mapper. Do I have an automation? We do, but it's turned off because the input tutorial is invisible. Okay. So if I turn it on, that's just a button there. And that button is going to just jump up, right? But what I could do instead is I could make that button right now do something different. I could point the button to automation dot begin search. Now if I click it, hey, that's pretty good. And if I click it again, this is where it's a bit tough because I think it needs for the next jump to be higher. If I click it again, boing, click it again. Oh, that's not great. What about now? Hey, next. Hey, next. Hey, next. Oh, it thinks I can bounce. Why does it think that? Next. It's pretty reliable. I mean, it's doing it. It finished the level. That's worth like 3 coins or whatever. The only thing I'm a little concerned about is the player might want to pick a ledge that it should be able to jump to. Shavatoon says, I want to start making a 2D fighting game. Which one do you recommend? Unity, Unreal, or Godot? For a fighting game, if it's pixel art 2D, I think Godot is not a bad option, or Unity. If you want it to be if you want it to have 3D models, then Unity or Unreal. So up to you, really. So can I take this automation, copy, and then go straight into game engine, go straight to feather power, paste it here. Teleport with smoke animation. That's not a bad idea. Like, if you wanted to do like a 2D fighter in the fighting game sense, like Street Fighter 6, that's a 2D fighter with 3D models because the game action happens on a 2D plane, as opposed to Tekken, where you can rotate. That's a 3D fighter. Then I would say Unreal is fine. It's just whether you mean 2D graphics or 2D action. Yeah, so when you say 2D, you mean more just like the camera perspective. In that case, like Unreal is fine. Yeah. Unreal or Unity. Does the project have a Steam page that would add to the desired? This project is not for Steam, but Insignia, my main project, will have a Steam page soon. Okay, so I want this input tutorial to be visible, but I want specifically the canvas to disappear. How do I make it go away? Question mark sprite. Okay. It's both of these things need to go. And the background. And the sprite clone. And the text engine. Okay. All of this stuff. Just want to make sure that it's not accidentally doing a raycaster while it's disabled. Looks good to me. No, not 2D action with PNG cards. PNG cards, sorry, 3D game with PNG cards is not really what they're describing. They're not saying billboards. They're saying literally a 3D game that where the movement is locked to a 2D plane. How the heck do you get hair like that? This? What do you mean? What's wrong with my hair? What's wrong with it? You want it. You want this? You know, there are actually so many grays. Are you sure you want it? Because look at what's happening to me. Ah. It only looks good because you can't see. As far as like the shape of it, I literally have been trying so hard to keep it in check today. It was like out here earlier, and I've been scrunching it down so the curls try to stay in. This is just what my hair looks like. This is just what it looks like. This is natural hair. I washed it last night, and I slept with my CPAP machine on, which holds it down in my head with it behind my ears. I slept like that, and then ta-da, that's my hair. I have curly wavy hair. See, sleep apnea and gray hairs. This is what getting older looks like. All right, so we're probably gonna have to put this on a Singleton, I think. You know what would be better than doing a Singleton? Just finding it. It's not even going to take that long. Oh, wait, is there? That's not really a thing. Yeah. A singleton is an object that lives somewhere that everything can access statically without looking for it. You declare it once, you instantiate it once, and then everything, no matter where it lives in the code, can point to that thing and go, oh yeah, that's the singleton, because there's only one of them. So in this case, like an input manager would be a singleton. This automation system probably should be a singleton. I just can't be bothered. Because I don't want to do management between scenes where I'm deleting it and reinstantiating it and deleting it and reinstantiating it. I don't want to manage the Singleton asset. So instead, I'll just find it every time. It's not a big deal. This happens once when the user presses a button. So it can't slow the game down. So literally I can just say automation.begin automated jump. That's it. That's the whole power. That's all there is to it. It can be. Global variable means it can be accessed from everywhere, but it doesn't mean that there's only one of them. So a variable, a singleton typically refers to something a bit more complex than a single variable. It's usually an object with a reference. So an instance of a class would be an example, but you could have a singleton that was, well, yeah, I suppose so. If it's an object, it's got to be a class instance. Yeah, in that case, you could call it, you could say that. You could say it has to be a class. Just because it needs to be a reference. That is to say, it's the same value for everybody, and if everybody accesses it, they're accessing the same thing. I guess it could be, yeah. So like something that you would need exactly one of, like a scoreboard in a game, right? If everyone has access to the scoreboard, then everyone can score points, right? Think of like a game like Splatoon, right? Every player, when they paint some of the floor or whatever, their team is getting points, right? So gravity's probably not a singleton, but maybe the physics system, like gravity would be a property of a thing that was globally accessible. Yeah, it's a design pattern. It's like, well, how else can I describe it? Like a scoreboard would be a really good example. There's only one scoreboard. Everything needs to access the score. Maybe like a time manager. Typically time and physics, that's a sort of separate. You may use a singleton to manage them, but like, it's not quite how it works. It's more like input, score, maybe it would be like, I don't want to talk about like networking. So like I have an object pool in my game for these leaves, right? That are like being, well, the leaves and even the grass, right? The object pool is a singleton object, and it manages the distribution and placement of all of the grass sprites. Because there's one system that does that. Actually, I'm not even sure if it is a singleton. It might just have a job. It might not be a singleton, but anyway. What else can I say? Something that you need exactly one of. I'm drawing a bit of a blank at the moment. All right, let me drop down here. Talk to you. I buy one of these, thank you. And another one, please. And another one, please. And another one, thank you. Okay. And now I go over to here and I grab that and I say use it. Hey, that was pretty good. But it should dismiss the thing. Whoops. This game came out in 2020. Wait, how is this getting set up? What? How is UI.close menu getting set? There's no UI here. How have I done this? There's the game UI there. Did I just manually grab it? I literally did. Oh. Well. I don't like that. But whatever. Because my entire game is based on one. Whoa! The style. Alright. And what about? It's trying to bounce off the floor. It shouldn't be trying to do that. Okay. What about... I don't know if we need to hide the merchant. I'm feeling like maybe we're seeing that show up. Well, that was some speedrun strats. That was very fast. Whoops. Oh, that shouldn't happen at all. It's okay though. Probably only happened because I was flipping around. Am I porting it to mobile? It's already on mobile. It's exclusively on mobile. Why does this fade, but this doesn't fade? The link is broken at the moment because that's why I'm working on it, because it needs to be re-uploaded to the asset, to the Play Store. Like that's why the link doesn't work. Okay. So what is happening with the this UI? When I close this button, what does that do? Game UI.close menu. Which is all that I'm calling here. So why does it close in a different fashion? Do I game? Yeah, I game. Can you imagine if the answer to that was no? I don't really play games. I just make them. Yeah, I've been playing. I hit Master in Street Fighter at the end of last year. I have been. I was playing Kingdom New Lands yesterday because I'm obsessed with that game. And what else have I been playing? Oh, we've been playing The Quarry, me and my wife. And we've also been playing Sackboy's Adventure. WoW vibes. Never played WoW. Couldn't afford the subscription as a kid, so not interested. I was more of a Guild Wars guy, actually. What else am I playing? I've been playing a little bit of Blasphemous. No, I would never waste my time with WoW. Why would I do that? The only Blizzard game that I really got into was Overwatch, which I'm kind of thinking about getting into. Guild Wars 2? No, Guild Wars 1. I did play a little bit of Guild Wars 2 though. I played Guild Wars 2 for the first 2 years that it came out. No, I never played Diablo. Blasphemous 1. I haven't played the second one because I'm just getting through the first. Yeah, I never really got WoW. It's just fetch quests, right? It's like the whole game is just fetch quests. Give me RuneScape any day. RuneScape, not even RuneScape Classic, RuneScape 2D Billboard Edition. Like original RuneScape. Your game roguelike. Nope. All right. Yeah, I guess it closes the menu the same way. It looks a little weird, but I don't know why it doesn't close it properly. I'm just going to ignore it and move on with my life. Don't talk to me about the Hollow Knight jump curve. Don't talk to me about that. I'll complain about that all I want. What is... Hang on. Does use feather... Oh, that looked great. Oh, it didn't give me the description. Okay. So it needs to like... Wait a second. It opens up. It shouldn't. Oh, that's so weird. I've done something wrong. Oh, I see. That's use helping hand power, and this is use feather power. Wait a second. But then, why is it opening up like that? I'm so confused. I'm actually so confused. What the hell? How did I build this? Okay, I get the feather. I close it. I open the inventory. I click on the feather and it opens up like this. Right? How did it do that? Maybe there is an item. There is feather inventory item, item indicator image. Like if I look at this thing, this is populated with what? inventory. Draw wrapper, contents, button, image. That's the drawer. I don't want that. I don't want that. What is this then, if not the inventory? Okay. Oh, that's just a button. And when I click the button, it opens up the inventory at the specific item, at the selected item. Uh-huh. I think the reason why it's... Well, the thing is, I actually don't... I'm not convinced that Hollow Knight... Let me put it this way. Just to touch on it very, very briefly. Hollow Knight's movement... Hey, that's Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's movement is mostly pretty linear, right? Your walk speed is a constant. Your air velocity is a constant. Right? Your position is linear relative to how long you've been pressing the button. I can accept, right? And this is even the same off of a wall jump. Right? If you jump off of a wall, you're banned from moving towards the wall until a certain amount of time has passed, and then you have full control and you can go back towards the wall. I can accept an argument for why this is like this. I can accept one, but I think that that's kind of like a... How do I put this? Okay. There is a pragmatic angle you can take here. You can say, well, this gives the player the most control. And in our game, we need to give the player as much control as possible. So we don't need it to be fancy. We just need it to work. If you take that angle, you are willfully disavowing the opportunity to make it feel better, right? Smoother, you know, like more fluid, right? There is an opportunity there for that. And the challenge that is presented by that opportunity is that maybe you lose a little bit of that fine twitch control. But the reason why I would criticize this is not because it's bad, but because if you take this philosophy, all of your games will reward fine twitch control more than decision making. Because, or maybe not more than decision making, but it rewards a certain kind of gameplay. Right? You can't use animation to create tension, right? You can't have things that... There's so much visual storytelling that you miss out on if everything is just linear. And just like from a game feel perspective, there's a whole palette of like feel, like texture that the game can feel like. And when you do this, it's like, well, that doesn't matter. And there are so many opportunities to place challenge in different points when it comes to the player controller. Like you can make the player feel heavier or feel like they like momentum based. You can make them feel springier or floatier. If you play a game like Smash Brothers, every character has their own sort of weight to them. And it's fun to play Smash Brothers because of how different all the characters feel, right? Their jump arcs are different. Their fall speed is different. the amount of time when they skid, the amount of time between starting to run and full sprint, all of that stuff is used to tune those characters to make them feel like who they are supposed to be. The problem with Hollow Knight is that who is the Hollow Knight character supposed to, what's he supposed to feel like? Maybe, okay, the argument is it's insects. Insects move very quickly, so that's just the character. But it just feels very stock to me. It just feels like very just like boiled chicken and rice, you know? It's like no flavor to it. You know? It's like, it's fine. No, Overwatch doesn't have completely linear movement. Overwatch doesn't have acceleration and deceleration in the player controllers, but there's a difference with Overwatch in that, like, the character, like Genji's jump arc, for example, in Overwatch is not linear. It's a proper arc, right? And when you make the decision to jump, you are forced to stay in the air. You're forced to carry the momentum, right? So like all the characters who have movement, it's 100% a design choice. I just feel like, you know, there's this thing with Hollow Knight in that this is like, it's like this, right? Say you have a slider. It feels like this. This is my answer. Okay, this is my last word on this thing. Say you have a slider, and the slider can go from like, you know, 0 or like negative 100 to positive 100 in terms of like how much, you know, source you want your character controller to have, right? So you have this controller and you have all of these potential settings, right? You can set it to. You can make the animations feel really big and sluggish. You can make them feel really whippy, springy. There's all these adjectives we can use, right? And the default value is 0. And when someone says it's a design choice, it's like saying, well, I said it came as 0 and I didn't touch it. And that's my design choice. Like the default. Do you know what I mean? That's what it feels like Hollow Knight feels like. It's like they unboxed the game engine and 0 was the setting that it came at, and that's where they left it. You know? Like I chose this way, but like, yeah, but you didn't set it to like 0.1. You didn't set it to like negative 1.5. Like it's just like, you know what I mean? And in platform game design, there is so much space for all of the tiniest little rules that make the game feel a tiny bit better. Like, you listen to the developers of Super Meat Boy or Celeste or even Mario Brothers. Listen to them talk about their player controllers and listen to how much detail they go into about things like coyote time, about input buffers. There's so many little tiny little things, right? So for me, when the character moves like this, it's like, did you really invest in learning? Like, you know, did you, there were so many opportunities. Like, you can make something that feels like this, but like is a little bit more satisfying, right? You can make it, you know, you can make it like this, right? Why not a little bit of something, right? There's a design choice here of like, I'm going to punish you a little bit, you know, I'm going to punish you a little bit for making a jump, the choice to jump. But this is what I'm saying. When the jump, like currently in Hollow Knight, if you argue for this as the reason why the character jumps and falls at the same speed, if it's like, well, it means that if a projectile appears, they can drop out of the air immediately, right? That's possible. We can make that argument, right? It's not a bad concept for an argument as to why you would make the jump like this. That's not the problem. The problem is, why are your enemies... What skill are you testing your player in if that needs to happen, right? Because what you're saying is, I'm not punishing you for jumping at the wrong time. I'm rewarding you for releasing jump at the right time, which could be any time. What that basically means is, when you jumped, the game state can have changed from this being the right choice to this being the wrong choice in the time it's taken you to jump. To me, that leads me down the pathway of like bullet hell design. Like now we're just dealing with stuff on screen. If the time between when you jumped and when you release jump means that the jump arc needed to be different, is that really the game that you're trying to design? Maybe in Hollow Knight's case, that's what they wanted to do, but I think that there's so many more things that I can reward the player for if the challenge, like I said, where do I want the challenge to be? For me as a designer, like, and the problem is this is really easy to implement. If this is your first game, if you're making your very first game, right? You start with this, right? Someone said it earlier. It's like, y equals x or whatever. That's the speed. That's the jump arc or whatever. Like, yeah, okay. This is your first game programmed. You made a platformer, you made a Metroidvania, and this is how the physics works or whatever. That's really easy. But the next step up from that, so that gives you access to, if this is the space of all designs that you could possibly do for your game, right? Right? This is all the space. Look at all these possible games that could live in here. This kind of design gives you access to maybe this much. It's like just the kind of game where it's twitchy like that, you know? Like all the other possible game feel that you could be exploring, you can't get this stuff if your movement is like this. So like, it's not that it's wrong, but what are the odds that this was what they were going for, given that there were so many things that they could have done? Or a better way to put it would be, maybe there's a game that Hollow Knight could have been that was more fun than what they ended up with. And what are the odds that the thing that they chose was exactly that, the most possible fun, or the most satisfying or challenging or tense or whatever it is that they wanted to make it? What are the odds that it was linear, that was the only possible choice, right? What I'm saying is, like, there's nuance. And there may be, we're talking about value here. Value is a very subjective thing. Like, it's not a question of, like, you're going to have 5 times more fun because the jump arc is 5 times more complex. I use a polynomial equation to arrive at the jump arc, whereas you just used a linear equation. Polynomial is more complicated, therefore 10 times more fun. It's not like that. But it's like, I think that Castlevania is not that interesting of a game. The combat in Castlevania is, to me, kind of boring. Do you know why? Because Castlevania plays like this. Hollow Knight also plays like this. I find Hollow Knight's combat kind of boring for the same reason. Because they all feel the same. Because they're all just this thing where, like, you're just controlling a dot on screen that has a range around it, and that range is the range in which you can hit things. And the big shapes on screen if they touch the dot, you take damage. And if you stay away from them, you don't take damage. It's like, it just feels like it's a formula that there is so much space to create interesting stuff beyond. And I find it boring, personally, to not be exploring that space. Yeah. I think, look, I think Hollow Knight deserves to be the game that it is, and it deserves the praise that it got. I just don't particularly find its character controller very inspiring. And I really, you know what I really dislike? This is a much, much broader conversation. As somebody who makes video games and who has a channel on social media where I am an advocate for other people making video games, I don't want every game that is a Metroidvania to look at Hollow Knight and say, I just need to make that. That's the standard. As long as my game feels like this, that's me reaching, the highest thing. It's like if Hollow Knight is McDonald's and McDonald's French fries, they're great. But we don't need every fast food restaurant to be selling McDonald's French fries. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are so many other things that you could be doing, but like, they require a little bit more nuance than this. So like, I want to show that that's possible. I want you to find out that that's possible. And it's not just a physics thing. It's also like an art style thing. Like, how many times do you scroll through Reddit? I do. And I'll see someone say, hey, this is my new game. And it's just Hollow Knight. It's just exactly Hollow Knight, except instead of a bug, it's a plague doctor, or it's a whatever. It's just like exactly the same art style. It's the silhouettes, it's the vignetting, it's the single color, it's the particle effects, it's the depth of field blur, it's linear character controller. It's just like, oh, you just saw Hollow Knight and you made Hollow Knight, But even Souls-like games, to me, represent something that's more. Like most Souls games don't even do a good job of what Souls does, right? Because they're too fixated on the game feeling good from like a feedback perspective, that they move towards speed as opposed to weight, because weightiness is harder to make feel good. It takes more energy and it's more of a risk to make heavy, slow movement feel good. But some games should be slower. Some games have more interesting challenge when they're slower, right? It makes the decisions more impactful because it means that, like, fat rolling in Dark Souls is like, there's a different kind of skill expression. It's a different kind of game, And that's good that we have diversity. That's what I'm trying to say. I want there to be diversity in action games. Yeah, like, and Elden Ring and the Souls games do a good job of showing you the gamut of these things, right? Like in Elden Ring, you need for the halberd to feel big and weighty. You need for like the Guts greatsword to be really slow and have super like slamming like power when you finally hit that thing and you go bang and the boss goes whoa. Like that you can't have that if the sword swings in one frame. That's why I really like when people do like combat animations in their games and they go, here's my character, they're standing here, and here's the attack frame. What I do is I I just take this and then I do this. And now I have my game's attack frame. Put that in the game, I'm a game developer. It's like, okay, that's a great start. For a prototype, it's great. But actually, you will not be able to discover how the game could feel if you had tried something that didn't take one frame to appear. Like it's a good start. You're gonna be able to test the collision system in your game this way just fine. But if you don't have anticipation frames and you don't have cooldown frames, you will never make a game that feels like Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. Like you won't. And maybe most games don't feel like that. You know, maybe that's hard to do. But everyone will be making stuff that's the same. To me, that's why I'm making the game that I'm making the way that I'm making it. Hey, Zandesco, just updating it for the Play Store. So yeah, like this is the problem with game development education, with like the YouTube model. Because when someone's making a vlog about their game, this is really easy to make a vlog about. It's like, hey, let's add combat in my game this week. So here it is. And now I can have enemies. All my enemies run towards the player. And I can spawn 50 of them. And now the game's fun because I have 50 enemies. Like it's like, yes, like you can do those things. And if it's your first game and you're just starting out, like that stuff is a necessary stepping stone to just learning about the things, right? But there is so much beyond that like if you're trying to create an experience, and this to me, this is I just want to respond to Hatki Inc. They said story of the artist. Similar story could be told on artisan bread or beer. I think there is a slight difference because this is a storytelling medium and bread and beer are food experiences. I think that having an advanced palate is, you could make a comparison there. There's something about taste that's similar, but I actually think it's more like, it's like if you were a movie maker, right? You're a director. You're trying to make a film, and all you know how to do is Michael Bay. All you know how to do is lens flares and explosions. You just don't know how to do, if that's all you know how to do, if that's the only trick you have in the bag, you can't tell a dramatic, tragic story. You won't be able to do it because you just won't have the vocabulary to tell that story the way it needs to be told if all you have is like, you know? So it's something, it's subtle, right? It's a subtle thing. And it's about having access to the tool belt, the full toolkit. And sure, 10% of the time, this is fine. Where the games that you're trying to make call for this, go for it. Make this, do this. But there are other games that you could be making if you were interested in making those kind of games. And you're going to need a whole lot of different skills to make those kind of games. So like, I would say, for example, like the Marvel movies, right, actually have most of them are very competently made films. Most of them they're made by directors that have the gamut of movie making skills. But I'll give you an example of where the Marvel movies don't have a good, don't do a good job of representing the source material or telling the story the way that they're trying to tell it. And it's in the writing of the first Avengers film. The Joss Whedon writing, and in fact, this is my criticism of Joss Whedon in general. Joss Whedon doesn't know how to write characters that aren't Nathan Fillion, right? Every character that Joss Whedon writes is it Reynolds? Is that his name in Firefly? It's just the same guy. It's just like plucky, cool guy who has all the right answers to all the right words, right? And maybe some superheroes are like that. Maybe, you know, Iron Man's like that. Maybe you could argue that Captain America's a bit like that. But like, if every character has a one-liner for every moment, it's tiring, right? You don't care about the characters anymore because they're all the same characters. I'm not assuming that they aren't intentional, but I'm saying the odds that the choice that they made, and even I'll put it this way. This is I'm talking more to you than to the Hollow Knight devs, because I don't have any problem with the Hollow Knight devs. The game was, the game reached a lot of people and it was really fun for a lot of people, and I don't think it should be considered good or bad by any other metric than people enjoying it, right? What I'm saying is, to you who's learning to make games, just because Hollow Knight chose this, put the needle on the first default thing and don't go any further. Just because the game did it that way, it doesn't mean that it's good to do that all the time, or that makes, or that because a good game did this doesn't mean that this makes your game good. And not only that, how do I put this? If you were to make a game and all you can do is this, your game will funnel down to something that feels like Hollow Knight. Like it's a trap, is what I'm saying. Where if you don't have other skills, you'll just make the same stuff over and over again. That's what I'm saying. So it's not even just that they did it this way and that this is good enough, or that they decided to do it this way, whatever. It's not that. It's that you can't actually, if you don't know how to criticize that, right? If you can't make the same argument that I just made about the jump arcs, if you can't talk about it this way, you actually won't be able to make anything different, because all you'll do is this. And all your games will reward the rest of the design choices that cascade down from this, right? If you have this in your game and your character is about the same size on screen and they move about the same speed, the enemy designs will be designed to reflect the character controller, right? And the platforming environments and the challenges, the whole game is based on the player character controller. So if you start with this, right? There's like think of it like water rolling down a hill, right? If you put the ball here, it's not going to roll down this side of the hill. It's only going to roll down this side every single time, because it's like, well, how do I make my game feel good, right? Well, my character controller moves in a linear fashion. So how do I make it challenging? Well, I make it challenging by making the enemies move faster, and I make the projectiles go faster, you know? I make the enemy hitboxes bigger. It's like you'll just do that every time, because everything else is boring. If your character controller can do all that stuff and the enemies are slow, you just walk around the enemies. It's not even easy. It's not even a challenge anymore, right? Like I had this problem in my game. My character controller was too fast. It meant the enemies weren't a threat, right? And it meant that I had put a bunch of complexity in the enemy AI, right? Different strategies, right? Yeah, I mean, Corcam, that's right. Like, if an enemy has 3 different strategies, they have the, creep towards you, try to maintain spacing. They have an aggressive mode, and they have like a defensive mode where they roll out of the way and stuff like that. If the enemy has all that, and all of that, no matter what can still be answered the same way by the player, then all of that becomes irrelevant. If the player can just jump out of the way every single time, or like jump over the enemy, it doesn't matter how many cool things your enemy can do, because the player doesn't care, right? The player just jumps over them, or jumps out of the way. So the point is that like, you will end up saying, okay, well, I should make my enemy more of a threat, right? Okay, so if I make my enemy more of a threat, how do I do that? I make them faster, I make them attack more quickly, I make them bigger, so that the player can't jump over them, all of that stuff doesn't have to be that way, but you end up jumping down that road. You go down that path because, well, this is what my player does. And it's hard. It's hard to make the decision to change this, to make this more punishing. It's hard, right? Like, think about the difference between this and like the Dark Souls player controller. The Dark Souls character controller feels like garbage. It feels like garbage, but only because it doesn't give you what you want straight away. So the idea that the game is going to make you find what you want in other ways, that's what makes it good, right? Like not having, like it's the same thing, like Resident Evil, right? It's the same thing. Like those games slow you down, right? They slow you down because that's how you create tension. If the enemies are slow and you're slow, now you have to be very careful about all your decisions that you make. You have to make the right decision every time. And you can do more to contour the tension. I'm not saying you have to go for completely slow. I'm not saying you have to go for complete arse. You don't have to go for like a garbage character controller. Dark Souls is just like the opposite end of the spectrum. What I'm saying is that there's a whole lovely palette of different ways that you can make things feel. And if you just make something feel like the most basic thing possible, you will never explore this space. And it will be hard for you to innovate in your game. It'll just not, you just won't look to solve certain design problems with solutions that lead you down a creatively interesting path. That's what I'm saying. Whew. Sorry. This is like one of those things that's like become my life's message or whatever. Because I found this with Insignia. Yeah, I mean, maybe Metroidvania games, you know, maybe it's a staple that they feel this way. I personally, having not ever really played a Metroidvania game prior to Symphony of the Night, and I played Symphony of the Night like 2 years ago. When I played that game, I was like, I don't know why this is fun. I mean, like, I get it. The game is fun in its aggregate, but the combat is not fun. The combat's kind of like this idea of like the character, this thing where you can attack here or you can attack here, right? And the hitbox is exactly like this. I don't get that. I don't understand why the character's hit has to be a box that literally just doesn't go below their waist. It's so weird, but they do it every game. Like, it's just like a thing. Like, this is how Simon or whoever, this is how they attack. It's like an NES style hitbox, like from like the whip in the first game. It's like, it just comes out here. And if there's an enemy that's shorter, or you can't hit them, you have to crouch. It's like okay, like in the NES days, sure. But like you can go beyond this now. Now that your game is a PlayStation 1 game, like you can do more interesting combat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This kind of thing where like it just like we don't innovate because like you have there are so many more things you can do. And it's fine to have, but even like think about that. Think about like hitboxes being tied to weapons, right? Like that's fair enough. It's okay. But like now, if there's a fight, the enemies have to be enemies that like are designed for a specific weapon type. And it's like, oh, look, you gotta go in your inventory and pull out this weapon to fight this enemy, you know? And then you can't have an enemy that challenges you in different ways because the enemies have to be, because the inventory system's clunky. So you don't want to have to pause the game just to go find the weapon that you need to fight the enemy. One sec, pals. Okay, I'm back. See ya, Soda. The point is that when a weapon equals one move, right? Then the way that the weapon feels creates a challenge, right? It creates a dependency or like a constraint. There you go. It creates a constraint for enemy design. Now, I'm not saying the whole point in all of this stuff, right? In all of this stuff, you have to make a decision at some point for how your game is going to play and where the constraints are. That's natural, right? It's not. I'm not saying constraints are bad. This is an interesting constraint. It's fine, but I'm saying you don't have to stick to the constraints that a specific game decided on 30 years ago in 1986 or whatever, when the original Castlevania came out. Like, even if it's really easy to do it this way, right? Even if it's really easy to do the Hollow Knight jump arc, you can do other constraints. You can make interesting design decisions. They don't have to be realistic. It just... You were just complaining about something that's factually wrong. No, it's not. The swords in Symphony of the Night all attack the same way. There are other weapons, but you have to go into your inventory to get to them, right? The defaults, the default behavior of the weapons is basically, well, the default weapons behavior has been the same from Symphony of the Night back, as far as I understand. No, when I say single use, I'm talking about the scenario that you use them in. The way that you use them is singular. They don't destroy. I'm saying like you can't use them in a different way. You can't use the sword in a different way. because the sword does the thing that it does in the one way that it does it. So having complex and interesting enemy types means requiring the player to pick different weapons. That's what I'm saying. Single purpose. Yeah. Did I say single use? I don't even know if I said that. Okay. Well, maybe I meant single use case. Maybe that's what... Did I say single use case? Anyway, even if I didn't, that's what I meant to say. This is my UX brain talking. User scenario. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, Dithron, that Symphony was boring because of that. The combat in Symphony of the Night is boring because you can use one weapon that does one thing and beat all the enemies, because the enemies themselves are not interesting to me. The enemies are just moving hitboxes half the time. They're not... It's not like... It's a very classic way of doing enemy design, but there are more interesting ways of doing it. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like an enemy encounter, it's like this. It's very Mega Man. It's very... Even Shovel Knight does this. It's like you've got a big enemy and it sits there, and what you do is you run in and you go attack, 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 and then the enemy goes to do its thing, and then you run out of the way, and then it does shoo, and then you jump in again and you go attack, attack, attack. And enemy does its thing again, and it goes shoom, and you dodge out of the way, and then you run in, and you go attack, attack, attack. That's just how like all of those games feel to me. It's like, and in Mega Man, it's hitting the attack button, and in shooting projectiles, and in Castlevania, it's running up and hitting the sword button. Yeah, I mean, like, look, Dark Souls... if we're comparing Dark Souls to Castlevania Symphony of the Night, I disagree. Because spacing matters in Dark Souls. Like, Dark Souls can put you in a corridor, and it forces you to fight in a different way. You can't roll behind an enemy if you're in a corridor, right? That's interesting. It also gives you scenarios where, because it's a 3D game, you can have two enemies approaching you at the same time. The way that ranged enemies approach you is differently to the way that enemies with shields approach, and the way that you deal with them is different. The fact that your sword can clang off of shields or can bang off of walls in Dark Souls, that's a design constraint that creates interesting combat implications. And Dark Souls has weight to worry about. You're trying to get through this world, and the different weapons that you're holding slow you down, and the armor that you're carrying slows you down. There's actually a lot of space for player expression in Dark Souls. And I'm not saying that Castlevania needs to have player expression. I'm saying every Metroidvania doesn't have to feel like that. That's what I'm saying. But it's a design. That's the thing, is that it doesn't feel good when it happens, but the game feels better having the system. The game achieves what it's trying to do in a more effective way, given that your sword can clang off the walls. Because it would have been easier for them to make it so that it doesn't clang off the walls. That's a thing that they added, right? They added something that feels bad in the moment. This is what I'm saying. It's like food that has sugar in it versus nutritious food. You have to eat your vegetables. See ya. But it's not just difficulty, it's difficulty in which direction. That's what I'm saying. Difficulty in which direction? Because if your game is this, if this is your character and this is their hitbox and this is your enemy and this is their hitbox, you're just gonna be making the same. If this is how the game plays, you're just gonna be playing this dance. That's just what the game is. And that's okay. There's plenty of space for that. And every game is gonna fall into this to some degree. Somehow, to some degree, sure. But I just feel like there are other ways you can do challenge. There are other things. Even Insignia has this to an extent. But like, parry mechanics are interesting. Dodge roll mechanics are interesting. Not just physical dash, but like invulnerability frames to an extent. Like grabs versus hitboxes. Like fighting games have solved this problem in a really interesting way, right? Fighting games have found an interesting way to make the player controller and the enemy controller be like this. And not very mobile either. They make it so that it's like, oh shit, you stay there and there's tension, right? Well, Dithron, I don't need to talk to you then. I mean, this game's not for you. I'm not making a Metroidvania trying to please the Hollow Knight audience. Okay? So if you like Hollow Knight and you hate fighting games, my game is not that's not the game that I'm making. So I don't need to please you. You might enjoy my game, but I'm not making it for you. Yeah, Sekiro is a great experiment in a different direction. How about that? Sekiro, you exchange like 10 blows with a boss and nobody loses health. What an awesome concept. It's cool. It's interesting. It adds a different dimension to combat because you have posture. And now the idea of stances and posture, it changes the way that you fight and different ways of parrying, right? You've got the Mikiri counter, you've got the jump on their head thing, you've got the side step. It's like, it's cool. There's different axes to combat and it's challenging in a different way. It doesn't have to be hard, but it's the challenge, the flavor of the challenge is different. Yeah, I'm not complaining about Hollow Knight as a game. I'm not saying the game was bad. I thought the game was beautiful. I actually do have criticisms of it. I have plenty of criticisms of Hollow Knight, but I don't think it was a bad game. And I don't even think it was bad that it played like what I was just talking about. Those criticisms that I have are not criticisms of Hollow Knight. They're criticisms of the Metroidvania genre, and particularly I'm warning, I'm making a criticism of the trend. That's what I'm criticizing. I'm criticizing the trend in linear player controllers, and I'm cautioning as to kind of like how that can create a homogenized game experience that's kind of a little bit meh to me, that I find boring as a trend. I find the trend boring. Oh my goodness. I feel like only when Dithron is here do I have to explain myself so thoroughly. My goodness. Alright. You just have a way of getting under my skin. You're so contrarian. Hey, Endless Mike, how's it going? Thank you so much. How many hours do I have in Hollow Knight? Like 12, like 15 hours. I beat City of Tears, and I got maybe another 2 hours after that. So where does that put me? 50% through the game? Yeah, I had issues with Hollow Knight personally. I didn't like the map design, particularly of that starting hub. I fell through the cracks of the level design a little bit there, so I had a bad experience. And then combat is okay. I didn't mind it, but it wasn't my cup of tea. And there is just a layer of what's the word? Some of the difficulty feels kind of like, rather than being based on there are arbitrary limitations that the player has to overcome, or is expected to overcome with, I guess, items, but like unlocks, maybe even abilities. But the enemy designs don't really appear to. There's not many affordances that guide the player to understanding that relationship. So like there are these enemies that teleport around the map and shoot lasers at you. They have them in Blasphemous as well. It's like those big kind of ghost head things. Like as an enemy encounter, I just find that kind of enemy sort of, I feel like I have to cheese the game to get around them. You know, it's like, what is the encounter design? What am I supposed to do against these things? You know, sometimes I get a hit, sometimes I don't. Oh well, you know, it's just that kind of, it's not an engaging interaction. You know, stuff like that. And also, there were parts of the game, Hollow Knight's map is so big and takes so long to traverse, and the way that you map out the world is so laborious that there were times where I've sat down and played like 2 hours of Hollow Knight and made no progress, just because I just didn't scour the very edges of every level to find the door that leads to the next part. It's just like, particularly the southern eastern part of the map, it's just like, ugh. Like, I just can't be bothered going through this zone like again and again and again. I'm just not that masochistic. I don't want to hurt myself that bad. Yeah. So my next thing, the thing that I'm really trying to say with this stuff, I think that Hollow Knight is carried a lot by its tone and by its art style. I think those two things make being in that world more tolerable, a whole lot more tolerable. I think it's because the game is cute, and it makes, and it's interesting, right? The insect motif, it's cool. Like the world is cool. So I feel like I'm enjoying being there just because of those aspects of the world. But the other aspects of the world that I don't like, the implementation of the game in a lot of areas, I struggle with. And I feel like the game being the way that it is it's almost like a fluke. Like if you took the same game and you stripped it of its art style and music, that world, if you just took the world and said the map design, is the map design objectively a good map design? Like, maybe not. So the point that I'm really trying to make is, like, I really, really hope that players don't make the mistake of seeing the good parts of Hollow Knight and the other parts and say, well, my game doesn't need to be good in these parts because Hollow Knight, well, my game only needs to be as good as Hollow Knight in these parts. Right? That's the thing that it concerns me. Because you can make a game that is basically the same as Hollow Knight, but just isn't executed as well. Graphically, the art style just isn't as good, it's not as charming, and your game will not be... It won't have the attention Hollow Knight does. Cool cam. Hey, Connor. Look, I think if you're in the right frame of mind, like, I really liked Green Path, okay? The second zone in Hollow Knight, I really liked it. I'm not just here shitting on the game. Like, there are parts of the game that I found really compelling. I liked Green Path, and I liked just the first moment of getting into the City of Tears. Those two stick out to me as, like, moments where I really felt like the game was pulling me in, you know? Like, getting to Green Path and the music and the just the space of it, and then the I don't know what the girl's name is, but the other character, seeing another character who also has, like, a needle for the first time and, like, chasing them through the zone, that's compelling, Hornet. That's compelling. It's like, oh wow, like, this world is like there's like a magnetic quality to it because I'm feeling the momentum, right? I'm making progress finally. But that first zone is the opposite of that. And the zone after the Green Path is not very... The Poison Zone, I think it is, that area. It's kind of a slog. It's just like, there's a lot of slogs, you know? And it doesn't give you a lot of space to find the traction. If you're lost in the game, there are very few ways that you can wayfind yourself back to an experience that has a core momentum to it, you know? My favorite Metroidvanias? I'm learning that I'm not that big of a fan of the genre, apparently. I don't actually know if I'm a fan of Metroidvanias. Do you know what I like about Metroidvanias? I like the concept. Like, my favorite, like, I guess I would say it's Dark Souls if I was to classify that as a Metroidvania. That's the closest thing that I've played, I guess, that gave me that feeling of what I guess Castlevania is supposed to feel like. Like, the ones that I've played Symphony of the Night, and I've played Dark Souls. That's like and Hollow Knight, obviously. I've also played Rogue Legacy, but that's really more of a roguelike than a Metroidvania, but it's got the vibe in it. I don't like the Metroid series. Specifically the 3D Metroid games, I don't like them. Like Metroid Prime on the Wii, I think it was Metroid Prime 3, it was not my thing. Really, really not my thing. I've played 2 3D Metroid games. I've played Metroid Dread, a little bit of Metroid Dread. I thought it was okay. Metroid Dread was okay. It didn't blow my mind. Oh, wow. Where is the sprite for this? What am I looking at? Yeah, I think that to the extent that Zelda was like Metroidvania, was like Metroid, I actually think that, like, I've played the original Legend of Zelda, I've played Link to the Past, I've played Ocarina, I've played Oracle of I haven't really played Oracle of Ages or Seasons, but I've played Link's Awakening, you know, I've played Majora's Mask and every other 3D game since then. I don't know if I would call any of them Metroidvanias. They don't have that. I would call them Zelda-likes, you know, because to me, the difference between Zelda and Metroid is in Zelda, you have an overworld and then you have your underworlds. In Metroid games, you're in the underworld the entire time. That's the difference. Man, I had a video about this that I was going to make about a year and a half ago that became my Dark Souls video. But there was going to be a whole half an hour before the Dark Souls thing about the elevator. Where I talked about the origin of the adventure game and how the Metroidvania genre grew from the adventure title. And kind of how that differs from how the Metroidvania genre differs from action adventure today, in the split of the gameplay experience between Overworld and Underworld. So the difference being that in the Overworld, the player is given the space to control their experience more in the Overworld. They're given, you know, resources, there are NPCs, there are typically towns. That's classic adventure games. When I say adventure game, I mean like what today we would consider action adventure that some RPGs also inhabit. So not just action, but RPGs, JRPGs, as in the Final Fantasy series, Secret of Mana. That's like a kind of adventure game, not point and click adventure, different kind of adventure, but that's an adventure title. How do I put this? There are trends in the adventure game experience that RPGs carried forward. Like if you think about Zelda and you think about Pokemon, they're very, very similar experiences, right? Like you're in an overworld where you're unlocking chunks of the world as you tour around it, and the chunks are punctuated by dungeon experiences. The gyms are the dungeons, exactly. So you have to complete the dungeon in order to go to the next chunk. And then at the end of the game, you'll have access to the entire overworld as you run between the points, you know, doing the game experience or whatever. And then you go fight your final boss somewhere else and the game ends or whatever. But the idea of like Hyrule Field being like, or even like the towns around Hyrule being your overworld, you know, versus like the Death Mountain or the Zora's Domain or whatever being like the underworld experiences. That's what makes an adventure game that's not a Metroidvania an adventure game. Whereas a Metroidvania, the game starts and you step into the dungeon. Then you play the rest of the game in the dungeon. That's the difference. So like, you don't have like, and if there are NPCs, they're in the dungeon. You know what I mean? So you have this dynamic of like, I always have to watch out. The path from one corner of the map to the other corner of the map is not a path where I can just pick a safe road and just stay off the beaten path in a Metroidvania, because it's always like that. You always have to think about the enemies on the way. Well, I don't think a Metroidvania game, I can't think of any that have dungeons in them. Like the mini map in a Metroidvania is the world map, and it is also the dungeon map. It's the same. It's all one 2D space. I mean, you'd be making a kind of you'd be departing from the genre if it wasn't that. I mean, look, the genres can be, you can have the space between genres can be bridged with new games. I'm just talking about what the genre is, right? Like you can make a hybrid game. You can make a game however you want. I'm just describing what makes a Metroidvania a Metroidvania. It's not about the exclusions. It's about what the rule is, right? You can do whatever, like, it's like the difference between a rogue like and a rogue light. Why do we even have rogue lights anymore? Right? The reason why we have rogue lights is because the thing that makes rogue interesting, well, there are like 5 things that make rogue so interesting, and like 4 different genres of games spin off parts of what make rogue interesting. So, sometimes we just mean procedural dungeons. Sometimes we mean enemies move when you move. Sometimes we mean permadeath, or resetting every time you die. That's why we don't. Genres are not rules. You don't have to make a game a certain way, right? It's just we're just describing historically where these things come from. So it's not an invitation for you to come up with an exception. That's not the point of what a genre is. Like a Metroidvania, one of the core ideas of the Metroidvania is that you unlock progress with new abilities. That's what a Metroidvania, that's part of what makes a Metroidvania itself. If you take away the ability-based progression, it becomes less of a Metroidvania. It doesn't mean that Metroidvanias aren't about ability-based progression just because you can think of some that don't have them. Right. I feel like we're going to get stuck here. Right? We're going to get stuck. Because, like, this is a taxonomy question. This is about understanding how genre works and how language works. Right? It's not that we don't come up with a bunch of lines and say this is one thing and this is another thing and this is another thing and that's it. The space between the things, that's it. That's what you get. No, it's more like this. A bunch of games come out over time and they all cluster around the same thing. organically. We just happen to notice that a bunch of games come out that are influenced by each other. And what we do is we put a ring around those games and we say, these games all share this exact same thing naturally. They just all seem to be doing the same kind of thing because they're all influenced typically by one game that came out before them that sits in the middle. In Metroidvania's case, it's 2 games. It's Metroid and Castlevania, right? So, okay, cool. We notice all these games share these things. So we'll call this thing the Metroidvania, right? You don't need to have these. And sure, you can have a different zone, the roguelike or whatever, the roguelite, whatever you want to call it. And then you can put games, you can have games that live here. You can do that, that's fine. That doesn't mean that this has to grow, and it doesn't mean that this doesn't exist. Just because a game borrows some things from some genres or lives somewhere between the two, it doesn't change what the genre is. Unless so many games come out that you can't see the pattern anymore. That's the only time you change the language. Right? If this stops being a cluster around 2 games and starts being a cluster around something else, okay, now you start thinking about things differently. But while this is the case, that's how this works. Hey, Kedstick, I'm sorry. I just, I've put a lot of thought into this stuff, and I'm seeing that some of you have not. I'm very disappointed. You haven't done your homework. Hey, David, thank you so much for the sub. Hey, Masterful. I'm adding a new ability and I'm taking the ads out so that I can resubmit it to the asset store. I mean, to the Google Play Store. I keep saying asset store. I don't know why. I guess that's the only store I've used in the past. I'm trying to understand why. What is this? I mean, is it located somewhere else and I'm just rendering it there? I don't think so. There's the UI. There's the menu button wrapper. Okay, that's fine. That's not the menu button. It's the menu overlay. Yeah, it lives inside of there. And it's not the buttons. Because that's just those 2 buttons. Okay. Content wrapper. Let's say it's content wrapper. World stats module. Inventory drawer. Well, it's definitely the inventory drawer. Inventory close hit area. That's when you select elsewhere. That's fine. It's inside the inventory, right? Surely. So then we've got the drawer, which has a wrapper, okay, and then drawer contents. The problem I have with this is that this is disabled, so it can't be the drawer contents, but then what else is there? That's the inventory. So what the hell am I looking at? I mean, it's here, it's in there. So then where is it? There's got to be a scroll window here. Carousel contents? Ah, I found it. Bookends. Why is it in bookends? Okay. Oh, that's the difference. Helping hand has got use, but inventory item is on click. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Gee, that took me a while. Goodness me. Okay. Now. Okay. Hey, it worked. Now I need to find the use condition. ETA? Maybe like probably a week from now, if I'm being honest. So I think that Metroid, look, I want to say just regarding the Metroidvania stuff, like it's not that Metroidvanias are bad, obviously. Like I like the formula. There were the parts of Castlevania that are Metroidvania aspects, I like. That's why I like Dark Souls. I know I'm back on it. I'm just saying, I like the bits that make a Metroidvania. And Insignia has organically run into and started to implement things that now, only after the fact, do I look at and say, oh yeah, these are Metroidvania design ideas. Not enough of them to make it one, but certainly in the ability unlocks. The gated progression is like, oh yeah, backtracking with abilities to find secret areas that you couldn't access before. Like, yeah. I'm playing your demo for Insignia. It feels more like a beat 'em up. Which demo are you playing? Are you playing the demo from 2020, or are you playing the feature test from last week? A beat 'em up. It's definitely not a beat 'em up. Yeah, one is the feature test, which is current. It's not a demo. It's like an alpha. It's like a pre. It's like it's a test. It's a play testing program. It's not a demo of the game. The 2021 is a demo that I created in 2020. It's chapter 1 of the game. But I don't think if you think that plays like a beat 'em up. Yeah, well, the combat's changed a lot. Also consider that chapter 1 of the game doesn't have a lot of the game's progression in it because you're just getting the tutorial of the game, you know? But this is a challenge that I'm in development. My game is not finished yet. I'm learning how best to work in some of the more unique combat stuff into the game. But the stuff that I'm talking about that makes Insignia more like a fighting game didn't exist in 2020. That's why I don't encourage people to play the demo right now, outside of getting familiar with the world and the story. Which is why I'm working on the demo, but not right now. A different demo. All right. I'm going to go into focus mode because I'm going to lose my mind today if I entertain this conversation any longer. Oh my goodness. It might even be time for a break. So the buttons of visibility, what's that based on? Cool. Hey, Cedar Meister, thank you so much for the follow. The style. But that bounce, I need to get rid of that. So let's go look at automation. Because that actually was designed before the game had... The game used to be able to bounce. Particularly... It's only downward bounces that I need to stop. How do we check to see if it's ground? It's a Collider 2D, so I should actually be able to check. The grass has a box Collider 2D. And the layer is solution. Whereas the tile map has colliders, and their layer is collider. Hey, Saluk, thank you so much for the follow. So this raycast needs to also get, it's only grabbing colliders. Okay. All right. Let's make a new layer mask. Called collision mask. Oh, hang on a second. Solution. I'm actually doing it right. I didn't even see that. Hey, I've just come out. Are we going to do an accent? No, I don't think I will do the accent. I think Lazy Guru is right. Oh, Lazy Guru, if Clinkers is currently banned from being selected, can you please unban it? Because I bought some Clinkers recently. Oh, all I have to do is flip these if statements. I think. If we hit a solution, then we succeeded. Else, if we hit a collider, let's try that. That may literally be all I have to do. So all I have to do now is just drop from here and then check to see what it does. Oh no, I don't have any. Oh. Let me bring back the... No. Ooh, it didn't actually do it. Well, that should do it. Oh, it landed that time. Yo-yo Bob. Thanks, Lazy. Sorry about that. One sec. Yeah, I'm too worked up. I'm too drained from the Metroidvania Hollow Knight conversation. I got stun locked so hard. All right, pink, right? Purple, yellow. I do have the Can I give a brief recap? How dare you? Is the feature demo online? What's Arrowbound about? Arrowbound is just it's a slingshot platformer. And it's a kind of a casual mobile game. Not super casual, it's kind of difficult, but it's kind of light on story. You're just going through levels trying to get your way to the top. A bit like Jump King. I made it in 2020. It was a jam game originally. Code stick. Please. I did. I made the whole game from scratch. I didn't do computer science, but I did something that was kind of computer science adjacent. I did a design degree that it was kind of like, it was called design computing. So it was kind of like if you took, I don't really even know what you would call it. It's basically UX design, or interaction design. But we had to know a fair bit of programming as part of the degree. So I didn't learn game design, and I didn't learn how to use a game engine. I learned a little bit of Java and sort of taught myself from there, because I really wanted to make games. That's all I really cared about. So there's two, wait a second, there's one ray that's shooting at Collider. And only if it's null does it do that. So actually, it shouldn't really be doing it like that. It really should be this. And then else. Do that. I mean, that's really what it should be doing. Let's see if it works. The typical drop would be this one. That's what I care about. Okay, it needs to take me up and not down. Nice. 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 Again. Ha 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 ha. Again. Finish the level, good sir. Oh, that's not very good. It's gonna fail here. Or will it? Nope. Again. Man, this is so patronizing that I could just... Ah, see, that doesn't work. But that worked. Howdy. How's it going to do this? It can't figure it out. So I should make it that if it does the check, I don't know why it tries to bounce. I need to basically stop any trajectory that's a downward facing trajectory. I did. I made an AI to play the game. It's a special item that you can get in the shop. Can you race the AI? That's a sick idea. But I don't have a, oh, that's such a cool idea. To have a second little dude in there and race them. Oh, wow. That would be amazing. This is why, you know, in another world, I would be making this game and not Insignia exclusively. And I would just make this game amazing. But, alas. That would be amazing. So, determine trajectory points. That doesn't include bouncing, does it? No, that's just the trajectory, I think. And then it computes the trajectory. Is this oh, it's recursive. That's fun. So it keeps adding bounces until it runs out of bounces. But the point that I have, oh, and it reflects it. That's fun. I just need to make sure one thing is not happening. Okay, what is it? What? Why would it think that? Oh, that's not what it thinks. I think... Oh, hang on. What is this? This is the trajectory mapper, right? It thinks that we're going to bounce. Maybe it doesn't have a solution for us. But that should be the next solution. We drop down here. I hit the button. That's very straightforward. It looks like it's reflecting on the x-axis as well as the y-axis for every bounce, which is also not good. Oh, it literally bounced! Why is it bouncing? All right, let's go back. I've made a mistake. Maybe this should be a separate if statement, not an else. How does this work? For each of the positions in the arc, check if we overlap a collider. If the collider is a level collider, reflect into a new trajectory. Otherwise, if we hit a solution, then add the trajectory. And this is just one arc. So we shouldn't need this to be an if statement. And we should continue, I think, if we hit. I think these are like separate conditions. If we didn't hit a collider, if we hit a, okay. So if we hit a collider, go do the collision hit scenario with the contact solver. And if we hit a solution, then solve it. Maybe that would give me an interesting, I wonder what that does. Well, that's kind of better. Better than nothing. Oh, but it thinks we're going to bounce and make it to a higher ground. Why would it choose that? It should choose the shortest path. This is the shortest path. I think I'm going to make it choose the shortest. Ease over test count. Solution.trajectories 0. So actually I want the shortest trajectory. How do I figure that out? The smallest pull point? It has to be the lowest initial velocity, right? Hey, Garnet. Oh, you did? When? Oh yeah, 8 minutes ago. Yeah, I have time. Can you give me 5? The ones that have the lowest init val. So get the trajectory. Exclude any that have an init val with a negative y value. Okay. Nice. Hey, Elsad. It's going well. Might just take this. I might just remove this last bit. Okay. Nope. I think I went last, actually. Well, that doesn't seem right either. Hmm. Hey, Mugen Season, thank you so much for the follow. Blue Frog Music, thank you for the follow as well. Why are all of my trajectories the same? It missed. Why does this run a different path? Hello. No insignia today, unfortunately. No. Review game is code review or kind of general analysis? I'm playing the games. Hey, let's do that review now that we're here. Already gone it? What am I reviewing? Hey, Roll. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Pleasure to have you. Hopefully your stream was good fun. Art feedback chat. Yep, I can grab that. 1 second. Who are you in? You're a Jakey boy. Okay. Okay. Let me just, I can pull it up. For context, this is an in-game encyclopedia. The thing where you look at different characters, unlock characters, upgrade them, etc. Just a fun spot to look into. Wait, unlock? So it's not just like a bestiary or something, bestiary. It's actually like a menu where you unlock stuff. Just a fun spot to look into. Okay. The character designs are all placeholders at the moment, but looking for feedback on the color palette, UI styling, placement, and what could be improved. Okay. That was a cool little expansion. Oh, I like the motion a lot. One thing that you could do, I mean, it's because it's work in progress, it's hard to get too specific because I don't know what you're going to change or add. one thing that's typical is when you do have something scale like this over something else, we call that a modal. And typically what you do is you would darken the screen behind this thing. So that's something that I would definitely recommend. Hey, Auroral, it's going okay. We did have a big argument about Hollow Knight, but now that we're past that, everything's going well. So clicking them is cool. I really like the way that the name lerps into place from what you clicked to the middle. That's really cool. The mental permanence is really good. Object permanence. Definitely, like, I would go for like more spacing for these things. Like this, the text is just too tight with the border of the button. Definitely give as much space as you've got up here, the same down here. If you can get there. So at least like the text height again underneath it. That would be ideal. Your on hover selection, it's pretty good. It's okay. The clicking's kind of fun. It would be nice. I mean, if you just want to add feedback, clicking these paths, if they gave you some kind of visual feedback that they could be clicked. Right now they look kind of dark. They look like they're disabled, which is probably because you haven't unlocked them yet. But there's a slightly... Oh, see ya, Auroral. There is a difference between off currently versus on, and clickable versus unclickable. So the distinction there might be something to play with. I'm not sure if these paths are going to need resources to unlock them, but you may have to think about having some visual feedback on hover that explains whether or not you can click the thing that's unchecked. Other than that, it's fine. It's pretty good. It's quite bare bones. It reminds me of a Game Boy game. Like Pokemon Red and Blue. The color scheme. Those like kind of grayish, browny greens. I assume that's what you're going for. And then just Hercules from the PS1 Hercules game. Yeah, I think that the dark silhouettes probably shouldn't be black. They probably should be like the same dark gray green thing as the border color. Like this color I would use for this silhouette, not this color. It's if you're going for the Game Boy thing, it's too black. What else? I mean, exit and next are a little vague. I'm not really sure where these go. There's no heading for the title, for the page, so I'm not sure where we are. I guess I've clicked something to get here. Heroes and villains. For sure, yeah. I mean, the feedback on click, if something cool happens, if there's a little like bling, something that feels like we're moving forward, we're getting progress. That's always good. I probably would still give a bit more of a margin for these things. It's tight. It's not that tight, but a little bit more would be good. Other than that, feels fine. I'm not sure how long it would have taken you to do all of the motion. I think the general interaction model is it's no problem. If you really wanted to... Nah, I'm happy. Make sure your borders don't line up too close. You mean these borders? The only thing that I was going to say that I didn't say, which is kind of just a general comment. When it comes to UX design, typically it's a little bit of a hazard to do multiple modals on top of each other. So I don't know what's going to be in the background here, if anything, but the idea that we've got like the game and then like a card on top of the game and then a card on top of the card on top of the game is a little, my brain goes, oh, a little bit. But for the sake of the work you've already put into your model, like I might say, you know, maybe lose this border altogether. The base card. It might make it might make this feel like it breathes a lot better if you just get rid of this border. Like just have the grid and then exit and next and just don't even worry about it. Unless you're gonna have some art here or something that's separate. Like just feel let the thing breathe. And then you can make the second border, that can be as big as it needs to be now. Yeah, I'd remove this border altogether and let this one get a bit more breathing room on top. I think you're fine at that point. Okay. You must have a huge monitor. Must be a nice 4K screen because this text is tiny on mine. All right, cool. Thank you so much for sharing. Hey guys, I'm gonna take a break. Pals, I'm gonna fix this thing. It's very bothering me. But we'll be back in a little bit. I'm gonna be streaming quite late tonight. So my wife's she's at uni until like 8 p.m. I normally stream until 6. So we lost a couple hours at the start of the stream and we're gonna get them back at the end of the stream. Okay? See you in a little bit. Hey, Lazy. Currently, I can't run ads because I haven't set them up on my laptop and I'm running my laptop. So, no ads. Thanks, everyone. See you in a bit. Actually, that's a total lie and I totally can run an ad. Watch this. I can't. It said you recently ran an ad and must wait. Okay. Apparently I can't run ads on my stream. Well, Twitch says no. See you, pals. What's up? Okay. Let's get back to it. So, problems. For whatever reason, the system it's not doing what I expect for it to do. Where it's got one obvious solution, like here, I would expect for it to jump off the wall and hit here, or to hit here separately. I mean, I can do it, right? I can do that, or I can do that, or I can do that, or I can do that. That's at least 4. Hey, thank you so much for the Patreon pledge person who I completely couldn't see because the notification is too big. So if I let it try, it caught 1, 2, at least 2. But I don't know why it didn't catch some simpler ones. Like why not just like a normal little, just a normal jump. So I've set it up in a weird way. I'm working on a new in-game power so that I can upload it. Well, I've ripped the ads out, no more ads, and I'm adding more in-game store items to make it more interesting because previously it only had ink for the clothes, for the palette swap, and then one thing that makes it a little easier to navigate. So I thought since I'm replacing the ads and taking them out, I'll add one power in, and I happened to have an auto jump feature to help you get to the next thing more easily. And I'm putting it in now, but it's a little dated. It's from when the game still allowed you to bounce off of any surface, whereas now you can only bounce off walls and ceilings, not floors. So it's trying to do stuff that it's not allowed to do. But it still works. It can still jump. It's just a little, it's doing the non-obvious stuff. Like it's bouncing like off of the wall and landing here. It can go right up high, but it's not just doing like just a normal jump. It's even doing a bounce all the way off of this wall and landing over here. So I think I've got it set. I've got it tuned to do harder jumps, but it's probably now, I mean, its job now is to make easier jumps, not hard. Well, make the hardest jumps as easy as possible is what it should be doing. So. Let's look at what these mean. 50 is how many iterations. T is the trajectory. How many bounces? The target. What's this speed? Help us map. Oh, that's how many different layers of circles we're going to be checking. So I don't know what current frame is. Oh, I see. But this should be like this, right? No. Current frame times 7 modulo the total amount. I think that's how that is normally. That's the order of operations, but I'll keep it like that just for my own sake. Out of the total number of frames. Okay, so we've got 7 layers of strength. Which is maybe, well, map this. Max speed, min speed. Yeah. Okay. I hate this. The person who wrote this music, all they did was just write the same track like over and over again. Please, dude. I don't like your music. Every day I run into a new track of theirs that I dislike. They must have made hundreds. It's just like, you know what? It might be AI generated. Maybe that's why it sounds so bad. It's not available in the App Store, Kobe Bell. Sorry. Not at this stage anyway. I might make it available. Maybe I'll try to do that. Okay. No. I mean, you would have heard it. It was playing. It's just not very good music. But it's like all of it sounds exactly the same. Not in like, it sounds like someone put in one track and then said, make this 100 times with slightly different melodies. That's what it sounds like. Yeah, I'm not just talking about a music that wasn't playing on the stream. You were able to hear it. How much? Can you guys hear the music? Okay. That's all good. Oh yeah, that's much louder. Although it should be muted at the moment. Anyway, I'm just going to ignore that. All right. So for each position in the arc, how does it pick the arc? It just draws as many as it can, right? And then saves the ones that it finds. Maybe I need more trajectories to check. Trajectory mapper. Tests per frame, 120 over 10 frames. That's quite a lot. $1,200 trajectories? That feels like plenty. Why can't you? I mean, my code's got a lot of code in it. There's a lot of functions here. What can't you understand? I mean, like the names of these functions, or like some of this stuff. Learning other people, like reading other people's code, is kind of different from learning to read code, because other people have their own names for things, and you know, they structure things their own way. I've been programming for, I don't know, 15 years almost. But I would say if code is written well, it should be legible. What is value? Oh, okay, sure. They're so teeny tiny. So it tried this, and this, and this, and this, and this, but did it try just that? What is value? What does it mean? Yeah, I feel like the minimum trajectory that it's drawing is not good. Maybe it's not checking them. If I go to like a really simple jump. That's interesting. Yeah, it's doing like the absolute maximum. Okay, what about like this? So weird. Why has it chosen those trajectories? Maybe maybe it's not picking something smaller. Thank you, iClonos. All right, let's go find it then. Let's figure out what's happening here. So the velocity is the third number. And it's this right here. Speed. So here it's saying, well, wait, max speed, min speed. Wait a second. Why is this? Have I even... The heck is this? Oh, this is the velocity, right? Why is it a floating point number? Speed. What does that even mean? What am I doing here? What is life? Hey, Krasna, I do sometimes. Not really. Just this one other game. Okay. I think what's happening is... I really just want to say... Map. From min to max... Maybe that was it. Maybe I just did it by swapping those parameters. Well, that didn't seem like the minimum amount of anything. Oh, it found them too. It's like, oh yeah, you just have to jump like that. And then it goes, wha-bang! It's like, oh yeah, you just have to... It's not that much. It's like, you mean full speed ahead? Sure. This is just a little jump you have to do. No problem. Max jump every time. You have selected power drive. All right. Well, we found something. That's good. I think we should just... I don't know why I'm doing this multiple of 7. Where does 7 come from? Nowhere. Hey, Ecto Lounge, thanks for the follow. Why don't I just try something? I'm just going to take this. I'm going to take it away. And instead, I'm just going to place current frame out of total allowed frames. That number is going to go... Well, it's not even that. Oh, I see. Well, it's literally just current frame is going to go from 0 to total allowed frames. And we're going to start at... Let's start at min speed and go towards max speed. Okay, let's give that a little whirl. Okay. Well, it's still managing to find solutions for us. Let's get a little closer to this one. I think it's going to actually bias left. I think it traverses them. Yeah. It always goes to the left if it can. Maybe we'll just go down somewhere else for a second. Okay, so at the very least, we've got this. Test radial. Bird fella, we'll see. I do. I draw gizmos for everything. So the question is, why is the base magnitude, like the speed that it thinks that it needs to pull it at, why is that? Maybe it's always max. There was a ×2 somewhere that I saw that I thought was crazy that it existed. Let's go find that for a second. Begin automated jump. 0, pull point, ×2. That seems interesting. Why is it ×2? What if it's not ×2? What if it's just ×1? Hey, that was perfect. Why would that have been ×2? I don't understand that. Oh, it didn't quite make that. Yay. Okay, let me shrink this so you guys can see it again. Yay. That's very good. Nice. Keep going. Oh. There is something here where it's kind of... It's not super ambitious. It's doing the absolute minimum. Like, look at... Oh, that's actually not a bad jump. Like that. I don't love that it was trying to land right on the corner here. Because if there's any discrepancy, like that, it's just not quite right. And also, I wonder what that is. What is causing the trajectory? Like, that's great. I think we need to have the allowed bounces on the ground. I think it's a couple of different things here. Like here, it thinks it can reach this by bouncing bump 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 a couple times. But the allowed bounce is really it's one. And even then, like, why did it think it could do that? Oh no, the level hasn't loaded. It should still be there. Okay, let's stop it from bouncing on floors. Ah. Oh my goodness. Good. Good. Bad. That is, I mean, it's not even right. I think that the position that it needs to reach, it needs to be a little bit more stringent about how it reaches it. Uh-oh. What is happening? Oh. It's never going to finish this search. Which means we're going to get stuck. What is happening here? It was never this buggy. I'm concerned. I think I know what's happening. I think I'm not supposed to do that. The AI is not really meant to test if a level is completable, although it should be able to complete all the levels. It was originally designed that way, but no longer, because I don't have player-created levels anymore. So I just complete them myself before I upload them at the moment. But this thing is slightly different. I might not even keep it. I might just get rid of it. I don't know. Let me just see what I can do here. If remaining bounces equals 0. So what's happening is the game's trajectory mapper is the same thing. The game's physics works with the same exact code that this system uses to test, to automate the thing, which is good. That's how it should work, right? That's how you validate it. That way there's no what physics is doing and what the game thinks physics is doing. There's no separation. They are the same code. The problem is, if I try to say, oh, you're not allowed to bounce on the floor, well, it needs to be able to map where you would bounce. Because if you haven't hit the floor yet in real life, and I stop the thing there, now you just fall in the air and you just get stuck in the air. So I need to have the code think that you can bounce. Maybe I need like a Boolean. Like can bounce on floor. Okay. Maybe we do. Pretty cool. Now I need to make sure that the floor that we bounced on, if we bounce on the floor in the trajectory, is not the target. Gosh, this is really hard. I mean, it might just work. I might not need to care about this. Okay. See ya. It's so annoying that bouncing is in the game. All right. Let's just do what we came here to do. Okay. Let's grab the code that checks this. Let's go to automation, trajectories. Okay. I don't want... Get random solution. Oh, shit. Get random solution? If solutions is not null and solutions.count is greater than 0 for each of the solution in solutions.values, return S. For each? Oh, man, what am I doing? That's just going to return the first one. How is that going to return for each? Let's just say I think I did this on purpose. I think my brain just went, well, furthest left, whichever one comes first is probably the best one. Like why would I choose between different solutions? So if they all get you higher up in the level, it doesn't matter which tile it tries to jump to. I think that's what that's doing. Just find the first one and it searches them top left to bottom right. So it's always going to be the highest, most leftmost solution. So, fine. Mapper is not finished. Mapper.search. Else we have finished searching. Contacts count. Find next contact. Else. This needs a way to terminate. But there are other problems here, like it needs to know whether or not it's able to give the player help. There are so many problems with this. I think I might have to take this out. I think it's too much of a risk. It might take a long time to get right. This is why I took it out to begin with. I thought it'd be easy to just whack it back in. But for it to work once is easy. For it to work most of the time, easy. For me to guarantee that it works, not easy. And just as I thought, they all bounce on the floor. Wait, that shouldn't do that. I mean, that bounces. That didn't even make it. Why is that different? I think because it picked there are two different trajectories. No, it's just undershooting it by like that much. Why is it doing that? Hey, Swizz, that link doesn't go anywhere right now. Hey, Evan. Yeah, the link's broken right now. That's why we're working on the game, to get the link back up. Oh, it's starting to stress me out though. You thought this was a Go Pirate software game jam? Game? Nope. No, I didn't enter. It would feel weird to enter. Because of his game Heartbound? Okay. Because my game has bound in the title. That's fair. Fair guess. Well, this game actually came out before Heartbound. Actually, I guess if you count Heartbound as released as 2018 and this game didn't come out first. This game came out second. Lonamone, thanks for the sub. Heartbound existed before this game though. Okay, so... Is this using Unity's physics? No, it's custom actually. So it's really just my fault. It's grown so much in a week? I don't think so. That's just the length that it is. That's what happens when you have curly hair. It's like the actual length of the hair is much longer than the like, you know, than the curls make it out to be. Like that's how long my hair is. It's past my shoulder, but if I let it curl, it sits in a nice bunch. Straightened. I actually did blow dry it the other day. Pretty straight. It's not that much longer. It's about just to there. I mean, this looks pretty good, man. Unless I've got like one delta time that I'm missing. I am debugging, unfortunately. Oh, gosh. Well, let's try something simple. If we go to the automation thing, what we're actually doing, Penpaul, is we are fixing the automating. It's like I have a system that lets Arrowbound play itself, and I'm using it as a power-up for the player, so they get one free jump. And it mostly works, but it's not quite there. Unity compile times? Yeah. I mean, you can do a bunch of stuff, or you can download hot reload, and that just kind of wins. Do you mean build times or compile times? The jump, well, this is the thing. There's two issues, Penpaul. There's like, you as the player, when you use the item, you actually need to use it in a time where either there is a possible jump to make, because like, let me explain. If you're here and this is where you need to go, and this is like this, and your max jump looks like this, right? That is something that you can do if you're standing here, right? So if you're standing outside of the range of any possible jump, it needs to be able to say, no, I can't find anything for you, sorry. And then if you are in range, it just needs to make this jump. The problem right now is that it's doing something that's just under that. I think consistently. Look at this. This white line is where it actually goes, and the blue line is where it wanted to go. But this has worked for a long time, so yeah, I mean, look at that. It's consistently almost exactly right, but not quite right. I mean, like, it already knows that it's not going to get it. It already thinks that it definitely goes. So the issue is not physics, because these two systems are the same system. It's not two different implementations. Where it thinks it's going to go and where it goes are the same thing, but where it thinks it's going to go is not where the solution said it was going to go. So it's saying, hey, I'm going to go here on this white line. And what it should be saying is, hey, this white line and this blue line are the same lines. So it's not really physics. There's no physics in this. The white line is the trajectory that he will be following. It's pre-calculated. Okay? So the game doesn't have any physics, like classic physics. It's just got a bunch of like ballistic trajectories with custom physics. So when I draw the white line, that's what I'm saying. Well, this is what's happening. What's actually happening is this. This is what's happening. There is a ring. I can fix it. I shouldn't have to even explain it. I could just fix it. There's a ring, right? The ring has like at the center point, there's like the hand, obviously. Like let's say this is the hand. So the mouse cursor of the game. What it's actually doing is dragging to a point that it thinks it's supposed to drag at. It's actually doing like, it's actually playing the game by like clicking on the screen and dragging and letting go, or to the effect of doing that. And the place that it lets go at should recreate the trajectory. But I could cheat it and just make it like, rather than simulating input, I could just give it the velocity and he just jumps. I could just make him jump on the blue line. Right now, I'm putting the mouse at a point that should equate to the blue line. You know what I mean? Which is kind of good because it almost gives you as the player, like that's why when I press the button, this finger, it doing that is the correct jump. Like it's actually showing you how to do it. So if I went, you know, I just moved my mouse where it was and did the same jump the same way. So in a way, that's kind of better. It's not just, he's not just doing it. It's like the game's like, this is how you do it. See ya, Thunderwolf. It's just that it's a little, it's just a couple little bits off, and sometimes it chooses to go to really lowball it. So like here, that blue line is like, man, you're really playing with fire if you think that's where you're trying to get to, because you really want to hit the dot, which is like a little further over. But it's like, good enough, I hit the solution box. You know? The solution box is the where the grass is. So it doesn't even, it's like, it's already very conservative about how far it wants to jump. So if it's undershooting that by even a little bit, then we're definitely going to miss some jumps. So, I mean, we can just step through it and see what's happening. The trajectory mapper creates some trajectory. Get, pull. Get pull point. This is the variable. So initVel. It's actually deriving it from the initial velocity. Are the arms and bow on a different object than the body? Actually, I've got a number of poses that the arms can be in. And then the bow is a separate game object that's a little bit more refined than the arm poses. But there's actually a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the arm positions. Wouldn't it be an easy solution? No. That's not a solution. That's kind of cheating. And it doesn't really work. It's somewhere else. That's a band-aid, Cart Maniac. So here, maybe initVel isn't really what initVel should be. Maybe I'm missing 1 delta time of velocity. So it's really just init vel.magnitude times min speed, max speed, 0 to 1. Mapping a bunch of stuff. Hey, Yukiduki. How does init vel get set? I mean, it's the first thing that gets set. That can't be wrong. So let's look at this. Does this? Okay, this starts with the speed. That's the velocity, right? That's the initial velocity, I think. We're rotating some vector. This is going to be a length of 1, multiply it, and then a rotation, and then the speed. So here, speed just needs to be a number that is it's just an initial velocity. And when we chuck that in, pos archer vel. Pos archer target vel? Okay. Well, either way, vel is what goes in. And vel is the velocity that we set it to. So, I mean, that initial velocity is what it is, you know? So hang on, when we release the thing, we can do this, and then when we release, just set the velocity to what it needs to be. Input.pause manual input equals false. Automation finished. Okay, so like right here, I think what it's going to do is check to see if the mouse is down. So it's moved the simulated mouse point. Simulate up. Yeah, so it fakes. Yeah, it's literally moving the mouse position and then releasing the mouse. But what I could do So how does this do this? Does it get a trajectory? What does it do? Plays a bunch of animations. How does it do it? Oh, on mouse drag, it computes the trajectory. So I could just set the trajectory wherever I want it to be. So I could literally go on automation. I could say and just set it to whatever I want it to be. Let's try that. Hey, Creed.com, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Hey, I would appreciate it if we don't just plug stuff in chat. I know you've put a lot of work in your game, but if I let people do it like that, just in their first message, I feel like that would be a little bit disingenuous. You know, we might flood the chat. Not disingenuous. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not really in the stream's best interest, I guess, would be the way to say it for the viewers. Hey, I did it. I just faked it. You see that pen, Paul? That last little bit at the end, it corrected. It's like, oh, it's searching a lot. You know what? It should be able to hit that. No problem. Boom. It's like, and then at the last second it corrects. The thing is, it doesn't know how to get to the higher point. It just goes to the local high point that it can reach. So it's like, oh yeah, this is easy. I'll just go for this. And then it's stuck forever. Look at that. Not quite. Yes. Look at the, God, it's right on it. It should be able to bounce off the wall here. Come on, man. There's a thing where I want it to not bounce. So my problem is there's an issue with the jump system where right now, so when I first made it, the game, Arrowbound was sort of, it didn't have flaws. You always in Apollo, remember Apollo, that's what it was called. there was like circle points that you can anchor to, and everything else you bounce off of. So you could bounce off the floor, you could bounce off the roof, you could bounce off anything. In this game, there is no floor object currently that you can bounce on that isn't grass. You can't bounce off of the grass. So what it's still based on that system of bouncing off of anything, and sometimes it thinks it can get somewhere by bouncing off of the floor and then ricocheting and ending up where it needs to go, which is not ideal. And right now it's also getting stuck. And I think it's getting stuck because it thinks that it, like that. Oh, it saved a pig. Like it thinks it would need to bounce off of the floor to get to wherever it needs to go. So the bounce off the floor check is something that right now is a little bit, well, even that wasn't great. I don't know why. I guess because that was literally right on the vertex. I don't know. You can see it. It's searching up, 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 up all the way. And it might even start cycling. Yeah, it's never going to find a solution here. It just doesn't think it can reach anything at the moment. So it's just gonna hang unless I take it up. It's pretty good when it's got an obvious solution. Like here, it won't find anything because it's never going to find anywhere higher than where it is. Like there's no reason for it to try to jump over to here. If I give it this, it's just going to go, well, So it needs an exit clause in that search. And it needs to do the search before it lets you in, before it lets you use the item. Which means it kind of needs to be doing the search from when you jump. It needs to be doing the search on the next jump so that when you open up the menu, it goes, hey, I didn't find anything. You can't use, it doesn't even let you press the button to access the item. It just doesn't show the button at all. Yeah. But I need to explain why as well. That's the other thing. I can't just not show the button. I have to say, couldn't find a higher point. Get closer or something like that. I don't know. It needs to give context. But I definitely don't want you to use the item and then get nothing from it. That sucks. All right. So inventory item. No. What am I doing? I am trying to do the automation. I think I had something about bouncing. Yeah, let's take this away for a second. I just want to see if that does anything. It had this issue before. It was trying to fling off of the ground, which is annoying. I don't know if it'll still try to do that with the current system. I'll show you the exact jump it was doing it on. It was doing it on this from here. That's really good. Next. That's really good. I don't think it's going to try to fling into the floor anymore. I'll just let it do its thing until it See, is it even going to make that? Oh, yeah, of course it is. Boink. Keep going. Keep going. You've got this, buddy. Oh, nice. Nice. Not quite. What was that? I mean, technically, that probably should have made it. Let's go to like a simpler level. If I go to like the first level, maybe that will give us a bit more. More of a simple go at it. Maybe not. Yay. Nice. 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 Good. I could just watch it do this all day, but this, it should get stuck on. I won't even, I'm not even give you the satisfaction of getting stuck. I want to find a spot where it would definitely... Oh! I don't know what that jitteriness is. Well, it looks like it's not a problem, but it gets really, really close. See, it should be able to hit that. No problem. In fact, I've definitely had it do that before. Many, many, many times. So what did I get rid of? Did I change the allowed bounces? That's 3. I do have a thing. Yep. I don't know why it doesn't accept that anymore. Hey, Castatatus. How's it going? I mean, all I'm doing is checking that. Maybe I can literally just undo this all the way back. mean, there's no reason why I need it anymore. Any of the changes I made here today. What should I have for dinner tonight, pals? Alright. Good thing this game has a save system too. It means I can come back to the exact point that I was at. Nice. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, it found it that time. But here, it always chooses the most hectic bounce, I think. It always tries to go crazy. I think I have them sorted the wrong way. Also, that doesn't really do that, does it? No. Oh no, it doesn't do the craziest one. But does it do the max one? It does do the max one. Okay, so this is what we want to do. We want to go back to trajectory mapper. Hey Dalton, thank you so much for the bits. What do I use for integration? A lot of people use Fmod. I personally manually like hard code all my stuff. I have a system that I created called Audio Clip Mixer. And what it lets me do is set the mixing of all of the sounds that I've created so that they're not too loud or too quiet. Like it basically just lets me tune everything at the base volume. And then spatial audio is a separate thing. So like the further you get away from a sound, the more quiet it can be. That's like a separate feature of Unity. Some things like menu sound effects, obviously there's no distance when we talk about that stuff. So I set the volume there manually, but I created this. I mean, other than that, like most, like Unity, you just drop sounds in, you put them on an audio clip player and then you play them. And then as long as you have an audio listener in the game, the sound will play. As far as like, you want to do more complex stuff, like like having sounds play in different ways, having like different tracks crossfade depending on whether or not there are enemies, you know, around, stuff like that. Something like Fmod is the way to go there. But I don't have any resources for that because I don't use it. But I probably should be, or at least should be finding people who do. Okay, well that's all good. What about this jump here we were just at? Okay, nothing wrong with that. Will it find the jump that I had before though? This one here, will it find it if I do what I'm doing right now? How can it not find it? I mean, I can, oh, maybe I can't find it. Code architecture. Code architecture is I mean, I talk about all that kind of stuff all the time. I've been streaming since 2018. I talk about everything. If I flip these, wait a second. What was this? Current frame. I don't know why it's times 7. I don't understand that. Current frame times 7 modulo total allowed frames. Is it just, does that just randomize it? Because 7's a prime number. Dexel Todd, if you have a specific question, I'd be happy to answer it. I think I was like, I think this was supposed to be, hey, I want to randomize the speed constantly. I think that's what I thought I would do. Just do a bunch of different checks. So I don't know why it was multiple of 7 though. I mean, just because it sounds like a prime number, but it's not really, because there's like 120 frames, right? That it will process. So it'll test like 7. You know, and this is like lerp. It's like I'm mapping it from 0 to 1, so it'll be like 7, 14, blah 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 blah, and then oh, do you know what? It just needs to be not a multiple of 7. It's not that 7's a good number. It's that if the multiple is like 120, 7 just has to be not a common denominator, not common denominator. What's the word? Not common multiple. It has to be not a multiple of the total allowed frames. But maybe it just needs to be an odd number, I guess. Well, yeah, that's what I was trying to do, striate it. Yeah, just like, because I didn't want to search. Oh, do you know why? Do you know why? It's like this. I actually have the answer for you. I have the answer. Okay. Rather than check it like this, if I check from the smallest to the greatest, it's going to do this. And then it's going to find the bounce that works and then keep that. Right? It's going to take almost the maximum amount of time every single time it checks a solution. But if I have that multiple in place, if that's the max and this is the min, it's going to go this number and then this number, this number, this. It's going to like check, like, well, it's actually going to do it in laps. It's going to like go this, 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 and then it's going to go this, 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 and then this, 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 this. It's going to like sweep over it in like a more like, you know what I mean? It's like, if I divide the total amount by 7, and one of those is good enough, then I don't have to do 120 checks. And then I divide it by 14, and if one of those 7 on top of the additional 7. It's like, yeah, it's almost like a binary search. It's kind of doing that. It's like, this is the min power and that's the max power. And I'm going, here's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know what I'm trying to do something. I think I know what I'm trying to do. 6, 7. And that number doesn't factor into this perfectly. Bin. So then this number is going to go, okay, take the remainder, offset it by this much, right? Because we're going to use modulo. And now check that amount. So now every dot that we're checking, every vertical line is a new destination that we're checking. It's not really binary search. Binary search would be half, and then you've checked one half, and then the second half, and then you check. It's like a tree. Like you're splitting it in half every time and checking that. This is a bit different. This is saying, hey, like, I just want to check in different levels of, like, gradation. Like, I want to check in a way so that if the answer is that at this point, I will find that on, like, the 7th check or whatever. Or, like, let's say it needs to be, like, actually right there. Whatever, I'll make it a line. Yeah, like this check will find it. You know what I mean? You know how close the end point of the trajectory is to the target point. Can't you just use that as a heuristic? No, because I don't know if it bounces or not. Like, do you mean to say, like, if it's further away, check at the end first? Is that what you're saying? Like, I don't know what kind of shenanigans is happening with the trajectory between where I am and where it needs to go. You think I should be using binary search? I don't... Well, it's not binary. Binary search doesn't work because it needs to be... Binary search will almost be as slow as linear in this case. I think. It might be half the time. I don't know. In reality, this isn't quite how it works. It's close. These aren't bars, they're balls, and they don't have the same width as each other. It's kind of more like this. So that's really what we're doing. And we're hoping that this touches one of these as it drops. That's basically what it is. So how many searches do I need to do before it lands on it? It's kind of like that. So this works cool because it's like, well, I'm probably going to hit it on the second one or the first one. So it's probably going to be about anywhere in the first, whatever, 14 checks. But on the off chance, you know, these might be a bit even thinner than that. You know, on the off chance that the ball falls right through here, I'll get it on the, you know, 25th check or whatever. I'm using the desktop version. Dexeltod. It's kind of like that. I don't think you can, if all you have, if your space is like this, I don't think there's a better way that you can do it than this. How else do you divide this space up? You have to, unless you do it like this, where you know exactly how to stagger it. That's probably the best way to do it. I'm using 7 as like a dumb number, but actually it would need to be 1 width forward. In fact, 7 is a fine number as long as you're not using modulo. The 8th one has to be 1 width further than the 7th one, I guess. Or than the first one. Something like that, maybe? And then, how else could you do it? Like, there is some multiple, depending on how wide the blocks are, there'd be some multiple that was optimal, where, you know, maybe instead of starting exactly on the edge of this, instead you go like this. I don't think it matters too much, as long as the coverage is even. So as long as like by the 3rd row or whatever, you're actually covering every possible thing. I don't know. Actually, let's do that check. What is the acceptable distance? Oh, it's literally just casting array. So it has to, it's. Oh. So actually the width of these is like 0. What's a better way? I mean, maybe this is not, maybe it is the right way to think about it, but not with the width of the, how do I think about this? They either hit or they don't. And I'm just casting a bunch of trajectories out. So actually these blocks in the possibility space that we're observing, those blocks represent the width of the tile. In terms of the angle that you would have to launch at. The range of degrees that you have that would succeed. That's what these represent. So the further away you are, the thinner these actually are. And so as long as it's too hard to calculate the actual angle of incidence or whatever that you would have, the possible range. It's too hard to calculate that ahead of time because this is a search algorithm. So the best thing we can do is just pick something that tends to work the fewest amount of times, which is what I've already got. But what's weird about it is that it tends to, like, I just picked a number and it happened to get it in the fewest amount. So the question now is, okay, why does this choose to do MLG trick shots all the time? That's the problem that I have with it, is that it doesn't go for the nicest bounces. It always goes for some bullshit. Because like this, that's kind of nutty. Like that's a sick jump. But like when we're here, like I just want you to do something sane. Is it going to do it? Yeah, like why are you bouncing off the wall for that, man? Like don't do that. Don't bounce off the wall. Just do the normal jump. Look at how hard it's trying to shoot. It's favoring like the max jumps before it favors min. And it should favor min. It should only get to max if it has to, absolutely. Like this. I think I just need to invert it so that it starts at a low number. Maybe I had flipped these. I literally, all I did was take that and make it so that the min was the min and the max was the max. I don't know if that is better. Okay, that's better, but now it bounces, which we don't want. Oh, that was the problem. It thinks it's going to get there by bouncing 3 times. That's why it's not going to hit some of these jumps. It's actually not a big deal. Also, it should be checking to see the highest possible jump it can make from where it is right now. You know, I could fix this whole thing by not having this be an automated check, but by just drawing the guide in front of the player. It's not as cool, but I could let the player get one jump where they get to just have the guide. As an optimization, can't you compute the zero bounce ideal parabola since you have your position and the desired position? Then if that doesn't work, then do the search. I could do that, yeah. I could definitely do that. But you need to remember, unfortunately, it's not just about... You can't just use the parabola, actually. Because if there's a roof, you can't just calculate. You know what I mean? Oh, that worked. It probably is good to do like that as the first port of call. Like, you're probably not wrong. So this is nice and sane now. This is normal, good stuff. I don't know why it's doing this though. Sometimes it just doesn't draw the grass. I'm sort of trying to green thread it, but I don't know what I did to muck it up. It might just be because this thing is not properly optimized. So all I care about is if it still does the MLG trick shot when that's the only thing to do. That's what we need to check. It works now, it seems. Does anyone even know what MLG was anymore? Is that a reference anybody gets? Yeah, see, it doesn't find it. It doesn't find it now. Which means that this doesn't work. This check isn't right. Can I do like some really dumb number like pi? That's a dumb number. Oh shit. Well, it did work. Mario and Luigi, partners in time. Okay, please. Oh, shit. Oh, that was rad. Nice. Please do the lead. No. It's just like, I'm just going to hit my head here. That's the way. This is the way. That's better. There, it's going to get stuck because it just can't. Boom. Almost about to finish the level. Here we go. Boom. Can you take me higher? Down, 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 down. To a place where blind men see. It's not Nickelback. Would you believe it? Now I just need to fix this particular issue where every other build, this becomes solid ground for some reason. But we're good otherwise. Great. To a place where blind men see. Okay. Well, I think it's good enough. It just needs to now cancel if it's searched too many. Um, Ding 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 ding. Wait, it does have lower ones too? Why would it do that? I never use them. Well, why would I want... How could I ever choose whether to go higher or lower? I don't think I could ever do that. Unless I did a jump, unless I chained... The only way to do this, if you want to be really, 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 really clever, is you chain a series of reachable contacts from the top of the level down. You basically paint all of the contacts from the solution backwards that are reachable. And then you A-star it. But I don't think I'll do that. That's too much work. Because the amount of permutations there is like every possible angle from every possible position. It's dumb. Or you could just use some sort of like light algorithm. Nah, because I've got parts where it's like you would need like a fluid sim to do it. I've got parts of the game where it's like this. It's like this and this and this, and then a wall, and then that. How would it know when it paints? If it was here, the light would cast down here, and we'd hit this, but then and this would all be darkness. You would need to like, have you seen that? Puzzles being solved, maze solved with water. Surface tension can solve a maze. Hello? YouTube? Yeah, check this out.
So many people sent me this sim. But anyway, one thing I really wasn't expecting with this water maze was that the whole thing grinds to a halt when there's still water left in the tank. And I think that's because there are lots of...
Isn't that cool?
When there's still water left.
It searched like way less than you'd think. That's pretty good. It cancelled out like 70% of the search space.
By Bergman Joe, and it makes sense that you'd send it to me because this is the kind of thing that I would make for real. So of course when I saw it I had to make it for real. I actually made 4 mazes in total, a simpler one and a more complex one, and I also made large versions of those 2 mazes. Let's look at the small mazes first, because when you see what happens with those, it'll be obvious why I made the larger versions. And by the way, this simulated version does eventually fill up. completely with water, and it's very like the path has no.
It actually doesn't search the parts where the air doesn't, where there's no exit, because the water, the air pressure pushes against the water. You see that?
Nowhere to go. So while the water is trying to push itself into the incorrect path, the air pressure inside that closed space is pushing back. If I had to characterize this as a maze solving algorithm, the algorithm would be something like try all paths simultaneously using air pressure, which is cool. When the tank runs out, it's fun to watch the air bubbles solve the maze as well. And actually, it's quite different to Bergman Joe's simulation, where the water eventually tries every...
Like... Empties on the top right. Well, yeah, that's actually kind of interesting. Would it? I mean, it would. It should still find it, but gravity's now fighting against that air pressure. That's the only difference. All right. So there's no easy way to do this, unless I do multiple jumps. Like I would need to do this. I would need to be like, okay, we fire a bunch of, you know, things in a bunch of directions, and if they reach a higher point, keep them around, and then just keep doing it. Just keep firing in directions, you know, chains of 3 or 4 jumps at a time that take you further away from your start position. That would be the check, something like that. Like keep going until you're as far away, and then if at every step check if you can go higher. Can you take me higher? So that would be the check. But I don't have, again, like, I don't need to do that. This is so unnecessary. It's such a departure from working on Insignia right now. Although, look at this run. No, I'm never going to make that jump. Yes. Oh, no. Oh, I got trolled by my own level design. Give it 3 years and I don't know what my own game looks like. Oh. Come on now. I don't think I want to try that. Damn it. Huh. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I love this level. This is my favorite one. I think I did the best with this level. The graphics for this level, the level design, I think this was the best one. Okay, I give up. Although, I'm sure the computer could solve this one. I'll win at any cost. Oh no, it tried to reflect. Don't do that. Why does it do that? Whenever it thinks it needs to go to the next screen, it does this weird double staggery thing. It definitely does not help with burnout. Maybe it does a little. Kinda. Okay. Now's my chance. Do it. Can you take me higher? Wow, that was great. Whoa, that was playing with fire now. It's not gonna do that one. Will it do a trick shot off the side? I don't think it's gonna find one. I don't think that's possible. No. Do you know what? It probably could have made that. Let me see if it can do it. Come on. No way. Oh! Wow! Oh! It's so casual about it too. The sneaky wall jump. It just knows what it's doing. Please. Please. Oh! Amazing. I don't think it's going to find this. No. Let's not get too ambitious now. Go, my son. Finish the level. Oh no, it didn't load that for some reason. It's okay, we'll continue back where we were. Oh, come on. I don't think it can do the transitions very well. Yeah, I don't know why. Sometimes they don't load. I don't know if that's the game or if it's... I think it happens if I do a search that has no solution. I think it interrupts the green threading for the layer. It's like if I just scroll through, it works fine, right? It's like totally normal, and it never doesn't load the grass, even if I go really quickly. But I think some of that transition stuff, it's getting a bit confused, and it might be because, I don't know, it might be jumping twice or... Yeah, that's all it does, Vetrodox. It just searches a bunch of angles and power until it finds something good. And good being higher up than where we are. That's all it does. It's pretty dumb, but it works. Okay. So, I mean, this is amazing, but... Yeah. Well, you know, it's cute. So, do I trust it? I don't think it shouldn't be in the game. But maybe I can just draw a guide in front of the player for where the ball's gonna go. Ball? Character? I think that's better. Arrow ball. Okay, I'm actually gonna just do that. I'm just gonna do that. It's too crazy. It really, really could have been a thing that we put in the game, but I don't think I can justify it Will it evolve? No, it's not. It's not actually using like a genetic algorithm or any kind of machine learning. It's literally just doing the same strategy every time, which is try every angle at every power and see if I go higher. Can you take me higher? Yeah. So it's not doing what you think it's doing. I can't justify putting it in the game. As cool as it is, it basically brute forces it. Can we get much higher? Yeah, I might have to, I'm just going to create a guide for the player. We've played God. We were so preoccupied with whether or not we could, we never stopped to think about whether or not we should. So this was a jam game, but then I made it a full game. And the only reason it's not available on the Android Google Play Store right now is because I didn't maintain its API level. Basically, what happened was it's using an old version of Unity's ad mediation with Google, and Unity then bought IronSource, and now the only way that Unity supports ads in their games is through IronSource, and so my integration for ads doesn't work unless I make an IronSource account, which I don't want to do. Would I consider iOS? I would if I had the time, but we've now got... I mean, what do we got? I've got 4 days before I'm going to be full steam ahead on Insignia. And I might want to do a video over the weekend, just like a pixel art tutorial, if I can muster up the courage to do that. And so that means that we've only now got, even less time. So I'm just going to do something that I can do in an afternoon. And then supporting iOS is really just exporting the package with a Mac. But I don't have I do have a Mac. I don't know if it's from 2013. If my 2013 Mac can run this version of Unity and can output through Xcode or whatever it needs to do what it needs to do, and if that version doesn't completely, like if it's supported on iOS devices without any problems, then that's all I need to do. Oh, and I need to make an Apple developer account, and I need to purchase an app thing, and I need to upload all the graphics and manage the store page and blah blah blah. That would probably take a week. But it's not a bad idea to be on iOS. It's just I don't know if this game is worth putting on iOS for the time it would take to do that. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I would love... This is something where, like, if I'd love to like, let this go to, like, a satellite team and let them just do it. But I don't have the resources to do that. I talked to my uncle today, who is an accountant, and he gave me some advice about what I should be doing with my company, accounting-wise. He wants me to set up a salary for myself. I don't think I'm in a position where I can take a salary from my company. Web build? Yeah, I might put it out on web. I might be able to use to just export it to web and just if you full screen it on mobile, should be fine. Yeah. That's easy. Increase revenue, decrease costs. That would be the way to do it. So maybe I'll put it out on itch as a free game as well. I don't know. You would trust your game to other people? I mean, if I was running a company and they were my employees or like contractors, yeah. I mean, this game, because the alternative is nothing happens. The alternative is the game just stays as it is. If one person, I could teach any one of you guys to do level design for this game, and there could be new content every week, you know? Anyway. Maybe the other thing we could do is jam out a daily mode. Like try to force one in like a day. And all that daily mode needs to be is, can you clear a random jump from point A to point B? In maybe I do it in one jump, or I give you 3 jumps or whatever. I could easily do randomly generated levels. Easily. As long as they weren't, the only thing I can't do is those randomly generated levels. This was in scope. Random gen levels. The only problem is they need to be essentially just single platforms, or like you can't really have them double back on themselves, because you can create levels where you can't pass. So instead, there was this game called Mr. Jump. You ever hear? Not that. Mr. Rope? Mr. Swing? iOS game, jumping, swinging. What was this game called? Mr. Something. All you did, all you did was jump, right? From one, with like a pole vault, from like one platform to a second platform. That's all you did. And it was like, you get given this, and then you get given this, and you have to do a jump, right? And when you land on this one, the screen just scrolls and they give you another one. So I could do that with Arrowbound. I could give you a platform that you're standing on, and then some other platform above you. You do the jump, and then it goes zoom, and now you have another one. But it would always be further over. It was a little stickman guy, and all you did was swing or launch or whatever, and it would give you a combo every time you did it. And I used to play the shit out of that game. And you just go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it would just give you a score based on how many you did consecutively. I could put that in this game. But, you know, it might not be easy to do that. I mean, it might take me a day. Let me see if I can hack in. I really gotta go, but let me see if I can hack in the guide. You know what? It's actually, I think it's literally just a particle system. I don't even think it's anything. It's just a particle system that follows you behind. Trail particles. Yeah, it's literally not even anything. It just does that. Wow, that's genius. Every time I look to my right in my peripheral vision, the doorknob looks like someone's head poking out from the side of the door frame. It's freaking me out every single time. It's like it feels like there's someone in the hallway just looking out over to me. Oh. Stick Hero? It was definitely called Mr. something. It wasn't called Stick Hero. This is probably the game. Oh, it looks so similar, but it's not this. But it looks like this, kind of. It wasn't Mr. Jump. It was Mr. something, though. It was definitely like some Japanese thing. It was all like Chinese. It wasn't made by an American. It's probably Hollow Knight. That's Hollow Knight. Leap Day? No. It was so weird. And this is like 2011. This is like a long time ago. All right, so these trail particles. How would I draw them? I would have them. I'm not a designer, but I really suck at it, but I am good at programming. Do I need to learn designing? What kind of design are you referring to? I want it to reveal the dots along the path. I don't want the dots to scale with the path. That would be the easiest way to do it. But I want them to reveal as you go, as you pull down. I want the dots to appear in front of you. So they should always be there. One at certain distances. So I should make an object pool or something. Maybe even just like draw 60 dots all the time. Every frame. Try to draw 60 dots. And make their opacity based on how hard you're pulling and how far you will go. Something like that. So I don't think that I can make the particles just appear. I don't think I can do that. I think I need to make them, I need to recreate them basically one to one. What are they? Particle sprite. Oh, that's very good. Designing the art assets and stuff. I mean, learning design is always going to help you, but it is something that you get with experience. Mr. R. That's the one. Mr. R. And it was Japanese. Maybe Japanese, maybe Chinese. Can't tell. Kanji. Mr. R. How did you find that? You genius. Okay. And you get little...
Excellent.
Just.
Okay. Okay.
So good. Such a simple concept.
Okay. Good.
Good.
Okay. Good. Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
doesn't have to be much more than that.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
The sound effects are so good too.
Okay. Excellent.
Just.
Good.
Oh, sound effects, so good. Okay. For each of the particles, I need for them to be a fixed distance along the path, but the path positions are based on delta time, I think. Well, let's do it like this. Nah, same difference. If I is less than I times, let's just say it's 10 frames. All right, good enough. Okay, 10, 20, 30. 30 is way too many. 20. Ready? Go! Yeah, that's not very good, is it? That looks like nonsense! But it does kind of help. Okay. It does work. It just needs to be more consistent. So I'll need to do something where I'm searching along the lengths of the trajectory and I stop at a certain distance. So get trajectory. And then float distance. No. How many scripts did I write for Arrowbound? I'm not sure. Maybe 100? Maybe less? Lengths? That's much better. That works. It's not great. It's a little derpy. I could, okay. But the scripts might, oh, you want me to search inside of assets. How do I do that? In assets. Okay, I wrote 296. But not all of these are mine. That's the thing. Can I make it in my scripts folder? $131. Hey, it wasn't too far off. Hey, Frozen, okay. Okay, so rather than just saying if it's beyond value equals combined put this here. I minus 1 plus. How smart are you? I think it knows. Yeah, I think that's right. But that's a lot of code. So smart. Okay. That's it. That should fix it. This has to start at 1, I think. Nice. Otherwise, we need to... What's the word? Make it fade based on the length. That's not going to be very good. Oh geez, it's actually not bad. That's actually pretty good. Cool. Well, that's good enough for me. And I'll use that only so that you'll have to use an item to get that. And I'll make it go just behind the character. What's his sprite is on middle front 0. So middle front -1. Oh, hello. What is this? Okay. At 30. Well, that doesn't make any sense. -1. Yeah, because I'm checking +1 and -1 in different parts. Okay. Okay. I'm going to commit that. All right, pals. Now I gotta go. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Working on Arrowbound as well. We're gonna try and do that level generator or something. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it's one day. It might be worth it if we get something cool. I do actually have code in there for it, but might be biting off more than we can chew, actually. We'll see. All right. Thanks, everyone. If you liked my content, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com. How do I do this? That's for all of you there. You can check that out. You can support me if you are so inclined to do so. And yeah, I'll see you around. That's it. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Arrowbound game dev live stream. Until next time.